Okay, Friday night. Gonna warm up. Wait for people to arrive. Unless everyone got a life and went out on Friday night. I'll be sitting here by myself. Maybe someone will watch this back at some time and go, look at that. Right, I also have an idea of doing my standard warm-up for quiet starts, namely Red Dead. And my internet is being shite again. Hopefully that's temporary. And I really ought to remember one business day to call Telstra and say, motherfuckers, what's wrong with my internet? Motherfuckers? Because I'm paying you motherfuckers a lot of money and for what looks like not a great result. Okay. So, that's a whole other thing. Just checking something on my phone. Oh no, I don't even have to. Actually, someone might watch it back and explain why I keep looking at it because I was checking something on my phone. Hey Greg, how you going? Wanna warm up for the evening with a bit of Red Dead? And I have to look something up. Red Dead Redemption 2 PC. I've forgotten how to go to cinematic. Hold on the camera button. It's not a fucking camera button on PC. Oh, that's fucking video. Forums. Hold V. Okay. Got to double check and see if that works. Okay. All right, let's go with share a screen so you can actually see what I'm doing. Who's that? Why are they standing right next to me? Or is that me? Oh yeah, that's actually me. I thought that was someone else. Okay, let's stop looking. Oh, that's right. I was trying to get the vampire. All right. Okay. So, map, where are we? We're there. The vampire is where? I'm trying to remember where the vampire is. In there, I think. He's not about. Anyway, I should get on my horse. Put the gun away. I've been playing different games and I forget. Yes, Abigail, we have horse. Might ride into the swamp because it's nighttime and weird shit happens in the swamp at nighttime. A person? Little flower display. Interesting. A bit faster now. There's not much about. All right, let's save this. All right. In these moody, misty streets. Ah, there we go. Cinematic. That does work. All right. So this was okay. It's so dark, but I think I could just chat while seeing the scenery. Of course, can't actually see any scenery. Well, that's not strictly true. You see nighttime scenery. Right. I just actually. Oh, I hear ducks. I just remembered the fucking night folk might appear. And the audio is not being very loud on this, which is a bit off putting. Could let the night folk sneak up on me. You know what, honestly? I would feel more comfortable with a weapon. Like there's a fucking light in front of me. What's that about? What's this? Okay, why did the horse run away? Jesus, why did the horse run away? That was really unsettling, the horse running away like that. It wasn't even a crocodile or anything around. Why the fuck did the horse fuck off on me? Why will the horse not come back? These are all questions we ask ourselves in a swamp in the middle of the fucking night. Really, I'm quite pissed off at the horse. Just like using my special hunter vision to make sure there's no crocodiles in the undergrowth. Gators, I suppose they are, not crocodiles. And there are gators over there. But where is my fucking horse and why won't it come to me? This is ridiculous. I like that, Dr. Abigail. Find car tire tracks with a hidden documentary crew or Starfleet people saying leave us alone. All right, well, there's my fucking horse. Why the fuck are you running away from me, you fucking piece of shit? Who the fuck was that? Ah, motherfucker! Horse is running away because of the fucking night folk. I fucking knew it. Where'd the other fucker go? I saw. Oh, it's daylight. Jesus Christ. All right, horse. The scary people are gone. Thanks for fucking leaving me alone in the swamp, you bastard. Was that a gator? Yep, it was. Fuck off, gator. Fuck off. Oh, there's another one. Fuck me sideways. Jesus fuck. Fuck me sideways. I thought they only came out at night. It's deep mud. Yes, I did actually shoot at my horse, and I don't know why my horse isn't dead, actually. Because I shot at my horse with a shotgun. Yeah, they're gone now, you fucker. Running off and look, who are these bastards? Oh, well, there you go. Got a little treat when I wandered into the swamp at night. I got attacked by scary people. The night folk. Oh, there's the tiny church. Ah, fuck off, Gator. Fuck off. Yeah, horse. That was a yeah. Oh yeah, yeah. Cool. Okay, Gator, you gonna stay there? I'll let you live. Fucking horse. I swear to God. My girl. Fuck this horse, man. Where is the road? Right, it's over there. Okay. Dr. Abigail, I wasn't concentrating enough to see the night folk running around. Also, my screen is small, and there's something about this laptop that makes it very hard to see what's happening. I'd feed my horse, even though it was a complete bastard to me. Yeah, don't smoke a cigar, Arthur. I think we do need a stiff drink after that, Arthur. Okay, just for fun, and I'm going to put the gun away. Keep forgetting what I'm doing. We should go away from the place. Oh, who's here? Who's that? Oh, right. It's John. Sadie wants me to do something. All right, I might fuck over here. We'll go on a long scenic horse ride to see John Marsden. And it's this way. Yeah, now I'm just going to leave that on cinematic. And hopefully no one will try and shoot me while I'm doing it. I think it's quite picturesque. We get out of the swamp, it'll be less misty. And we're going up into some high country where it's actually quite beautiful. I'm just going to let it run on autopilot. It's quite a long horse ride. Could fast travel there, but that's no fun. We get to see some scenery this way. Ooh, that's what my old-fashioned would benefit from a little of my apple liqueur. Gloop, 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 gloop. Put that in there. And put that back in the Frigidaire. All right. See, now it's already looking nicer. The sun's coming up a bit more. Although we're still in the fucking swamp, obviously. Want to get out of the swamp. Also, I probably should come up with a name for my horse. Black and White Beauty. That's too many letters. Oh, and trivia time. I finally finished Peaky Blinders this week. It was no spoilers, but as it was coming towards the end of Peaky Blinders, I thought, okay, this bit is super predictable, in as much as in my own head I did literally predict what was going to happen. But then they threw a curveball, a real surprise that I really did not see coming, and it was pretty cool. But overall, pretty good show, even though weird dickheads on the internet insist on using pictures of Tommy Shelby with some stupid conservative bullshit quote next to it about being a man, being a real man. But that is not the Peaky Blinders' fault that fuckwits like to fantasize about being tough guys. This mist is going on for a long time. It's really funny. You can't ride if you're not doing cinematic, you can't ride your horse that hard because it'll run out of stamina. But in cinematic, you can just gallop across the countryside. And then you stop when you get to your destination and your horse is really fucking tired. But now we're just riding around the countryside. I think it was... Oh, I've been watching the Orville. Still enjoying the Orville. It's really interesting because at the same time, I find the Orville enjoyable, and I also find it incredibly unsubtle. I've said this before, right down to the music. The music for the show is like, dun, 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 you should be excited. There's exciting things happening now. Dun, 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 dun. So I think my personal view, which is, honestly worth fuck all, because I'm not making the multi-million-dollar show, but I think the Orville would go up several notches if they stopped being so heavy-handed. Dr. Abkal, it could be magical mist. It absolutely could be, like the girding of Melian. That could be it. But we do seem to be out of it now. And I see Saracen. Hello, I am drinking the last, and I poured. This is like a double. I poured myself. I thought it was drinks, and I went, nah, it's one drink. No, it's two drinks. So I'll be on this way. I think it's telling me. Yeah, yeah. I've run out my horse's stamina. That's okay. We'll let it rest. You sleep when you're dead, horse. God, I hope I don't ride it to death, actually. Yeah, Arthur, you tell him. Tell him to fuck off. This is the last of my barrel-aged rum old-fashioned, which, because I made so much of it, like basically a litre, has taken me months to get through. Which also... Oh, did you change your mind about where you're going? Oh, I just realised. I thought I was in the game, and I'm not. And we are now riding fucking cross country. What the fuck? All right, we should feed the horse. You're a good girl. I will get off you. You can rest. Where are we on the map now? Oh yeah, we are almost at... I'm not sure why the horse decided. Maybe because I made it too tired. Oh my god, Fort Wallace. Don't like those guys. Colonizers who murder the indigenous people. Occasionally I get bored because I lose all my honor doing it. When I save the game just before going over there, and with my scoped rifle, just pick off the soldiers who were on the wall. Chaos, anarchy. Because that red zone means I'm not supposed to go there. What do you say, horse? Will we go over there and just be bastards? We could do that. Ride cross country. You travel all over the countryside. Ask the Lelands, ask the Lelands. Travel all over the countryside. Ask the Leland brothers. What are you upset about, horse? We're just exploring the countryside. And I'm pretty sure the fort is over here somewhere. I'm going to be lazy. Or not lazy. I'm going to be wild and crazy. Not even look at the map. So it's like when I play sniper. Oh, there it is. When I play sniper at the fort, I'm basically daring them to come out. Where's my Carcano rifle? Is the best sniper rifle. Now, is there anywhere good to hide? A rock or anything? Right around the fort. Stop! You ain't supposed to be here. Oh no! Don't go off the cliff, horse. Fuck you, soldier boy. Oh shit! What the hell are you up to? I'm literally... I am going. Back around to the front. Is this the front? All right. Yeah, no. We're out of the restricted zone. I'll just go over here. And I'm just going to be murder hobo, basically. All right. I'm just going to save it. So when I now do this thing that's going to lose me all my honor, Crouch. Wait, I thought. Oh, I thought that was crouch. Right, the keys are doing something weird. Do 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 do. Is there anyone else? Come on, dudes. A guy's head just exploded and he fell off the fence. Where are the rest of you? Seriously? So I can just like shoot you idiots. Ah, that's the crouch button. Do do do. Sneaking up to the fort. Okay, who was that? Fuck you, man. Shot that guy's hat off. Yeah. Come out of the fort, you pussies. This is for you killing the traditional owners of this land. Fuck you guys. Wait, how are they hitting me when I'm hiding behind the tree stump? I love that they don't come out of the fort. Like if they came out of the fort, they'd fuck me up. Wanted for murder. Come and get me, bitches. Oh, there is someone outside the fort. Look out. See, that's where they're getting serious if they come out of the fort. That was stupid fun. All right. Once I realized they're outside the fort, I should have done a completely different strategy. But I was bored. All right. But it is daylight. I don't know, just as a visually interesting thing. Where's our horse? Here you are, horse. All right. Let's just go somewhere on the map. Yeah, okay. Fuck Fort Wallace. Where will we ride to? Ride to Strawberry. All right. That's this way? Yeah. All right. I'm just doing that thing. Icy Saracen. Red Dead and GTA may be in the same universe, separated by 100 years. And hello, Lee. Just going to have some pretty countryside while I talk now. All right. Now, I do also want to put it in the vote because I have right my tiny little window, but I have 3 barrels there, and there's stuff in 2 of the barrels. A banana rum liqueur, barrel aging, and my new favorite cocktail, which is called Death and Taxes. A whole barrel of that's aging, but there's one barrel that's empty. So I have been tossing up between two things. I have a bottle of moonshine, Pacific moonshine from the Brookies Iron Bay distillery. It's moonshine. It's unaged whiskey. It's beer that's been distilled, but it's the first stage of whiskey. It hasn't been aged. So it's moonshine, and they marketed it as moonshine, Pacific moonshine. It's pretty nice, but I'm thinking of barrel aging it. That'll give it like a bit more depth and character. And so in the moment, I'm literally trying to decide between two things to go in the barrel. Either my moonshine or make a whiskey old fashioned and barrel age that. Yes, riding through a town at speed on autopilot. That's kind of asking for something to go wrong. Yep. No, we didn't get in any fights. That was pretty good. Lee, you're loving a rentals close to the beach. Ooh. Gonna live that beach life, Lee? Why not? I tell you what, putting some apple liqueur in my rum old fashioned was a good idea. It's very yummy. Also, that puts me in the what else do we drink tonight question. I do have a clarified cocktail there. I have a barrel-aged fruity gin old-fashioned. Oh, shit! I've got a new bottle of whiskey to taste. Mrs. Angry got me just a killer birthday present that's a curated secret bottle gets sent to you. Basically, every 3 months, a surprise bottle of booze gets sent to me. The first one was a coffee liqueur, which was like, oh, I don't like coffee. A good quality coffee liqueur. I've got like a standing agreement with Kirsten to swap it with her if she gets to Melbourne because she likes coffee, and it is a good quality coffee liqueur. But anyway, this week's came, and it was a whiskey from Western Australia, and I haven't tried it yet. So I have to finish this first, and then I'll try the new whiskey. It's interesting. They followed the rules for bourbon. So they've made this whiskey in Western Australia. They imported new American oak barrels, which is what you make bourbon in. They followed all the bourbon rules, but can't call it bourbon because it's not made in America. So they call it corn mash whiskey. Wait, what the fuck was that? Wait, there was something in the game. Someone was speaking in Spanish. Sorry, I'm worried I'm missing something. Back here. Oh, it's that guy who shoots things. He wants to have a shoot. No, he wants to have a shooting competition with me, and I can't really do that on this laptop. That's okay. Yeah, back to the whiskey story. Actually, okay. So yeah, this distiller in Western Australia has made a whiskey following the rule of bourbon, called it a corn mash whiskey, and that arrived today. I haven't tried it yet. I'm going to try it in a bit. Actually, quite interesting. And I have an American bourbon made in California, actually. Kentucky's famous for bourbon. I think it's like 90% of the bourbons are made in Kentucky, but there's lots of independent distillers around the US who also make bourbons, also make single malt whiskies as well, and blended whiskies. So I might compare this Australian bourbon with an American bourbon. I've also got some Maker's Mark that I barrel aged as well. So I could compare all three actually and see what it's like. Riding through the countryside, Arthur Morgan. I did. This is a beautiful game. I don't know. One would assume there would be another Red Dead Redemption game at some point because this has been so successful. I got to remember when I play this again to not just start playing, to actually load a saved game. I did the diabolical shit shooting at the army fort, which ruined my honor. Oh, wait, is this the town that has the weird fucking preacher in it? Yes, that's him. All right. Look, let's check this guy out. The weird creature here. I stopped. Now, I don't think you can shoot this guy, but I bet I can tie him up. Oh, wait, I can talk to him. Hello, mister. Sure, I do. Yes, I do. Come on, I want to be saved. Desperately. Thank you, Arthur. Okay, well, that's an anticlimax. That's kind of what I work on, to do more good than bad. Great. Yeah. I think this is the first time I've been in the game where I could actually talk to this guy. All right, fuck it. I'm going to tie him up and throw him off a cliff. Because it's a hog game. Yep. Sure you are, buddy. Where is my horse? It's a fucking... Right. Let's put him on here. Come on, let's put him on here. And let's leave this stupid town. And I'm going to find a cliff and throw this guy off it. Fuck you guys. You're not the boss of me. All right, actually, map. I'm going to go to the high country. Where's the high country? All right, this is just behaving weirdly to me. All right. Let's go right up here. I'm just going to drop a marker right up here. All right, let's fucking go. Fuck you, yokels. I'm taking this guy up to the high country and I'm going to throw him off a fucking cliff. Hi, Safa. And hi, Invisible Chicken. Oh, I feel like I haven't seen you in ages, Invisible Chicken. How are you doing? And although I see you regularly, Safa, how are you doing? Oh, you don't have to be sorry, Invisible Chicken. It's just lovely to see you again. And please, no one of religious persuasion take it personally that I'm taking this guy up to the mountain. Okay, quick vote. Should I take him up to the mountains and throw him off a cliff? or should I take him to the swamp and feed him to a gator? Or I could take him to the hot springs and throw him in a geyser. Invisible Chicken, you've had a lot on since the move. So how long since the move? And have things settled down now? Safa, going to a nephew's birthday party tomorrow. How old is the nephew? Oh, wait, was that someone chasing me? I feel like someone's threatening me. This is on autopilot, so I'm not exactly sure what's happening. But I feel like someone's threatening me. Possibly because I kidnapped the preacher. Safa, he's 3 tomorrow. Okay, so that casts aside my idea of getting him drunk. All right, no one's threatening me anymore, so I assume whoever the fuck threatened me, I kind of left them behind somewhere. So Invisible Chicken moved in March. Mental, physical health support's in place. I bet that was a hassle. Hey, Heine, how's it going? I am taking an annoying preacher up into the mountains. Oh, wait. Wait, there was a witness to kidnapping? Look, dude, mind your own fucking business. Snitches get stitches is all I'm saying. All right, let's get the Reverend. And can the Reverend swim? There's a little waterfall. Let's baptize him. He's the type of guy who wants to be baptized, yeah? I got a $20 bounty for kidnapping you, man. Cumberland Falls. I was going to take you all the way up in the mountains, but I have decided to just throw you off a waterfall. See ya. Wouldn't want to be ya. Whee! I tell you what, I bet I survived, and I bet he didn't. Wait, is there some bounty hunting fucks after me now? That red on the map suggests some bounty hunting shitheads after me. I say that as someone who has chased bounties. But it's cute and quirky when I do it, and it's the behavior of dickheads when someone else does it. Okay, I've now been ridiculous and murdered a preacher. Where's my horse? Oh, I'm not well. I should eat something. Honestly, the tuberculosis might be something to do with that too. Oh, hi, horse. Come on, let's eat something worthwhile. Crackers. We want something better than slightly. God, maybe I need to go foraging for more food. Anyway. I was thinking maybe do another big ride on a horse. Actually, maybe I will ride up into the mountains just for something to do. Scenic. This way. All right, now I can just concentrate on the chat because that's on auto. Invisible Chicken got a psych appointment in person. Decent doctor. Okay. You have an NDIS appeal. Ugh. And you've managed to inflame a tendon or two in your thumb. Damn. Ugh. All right. So, managed to finish my double old-fashioned. And I'll be honest, I feel a bit Tim Smithed, quite honestly. And it's pretty early, so I'm probably going to have to pace myself. That's not too bad, though. Like, equivalent of a double whiskey in 45 minutes. That's not too bad. Just let the beautiful countryside of the game roll by. So the other thing I haven't done in this game for a while is rob a train. Because there's a particular thing you can do. Get on a train and then wait for it to go through this long tunnel. And if you take it over then, like get rid of the engineer, the law can't find you in this tunnel. So you can rob the train at your leisure, which is kind of fun. You know, do it in a reasonable way. You can actually do it without killing too many people. There's like security on the train. And if you're fast, you can tie a bunch of them up and not have to kill them. But you probably have to kill a couple of them because the bastards try and kill you, just because you're robbing the train and all. Oh, Invisible Chicken made a gin mocktail. French fizz, non-alcoholic, champagne and lemonade. Nice. Nice. Yeah, I mean, it should always be possible to make a nice non-alcoholic drink. I've got a whole bunch. God, there's so many syrups in the fridge at the moment. I'm not going to use them all. They'll probably go off, so I'll have to chuck them out and then make a new batch. I have an idea. I've got a lot of frozen fruit, and that's actually good for a syrup. You let it thaw out and then put in sugar so it turns into a syrup. And you make really yummy syrups. Yeah, and yes, you can use them in cocktails, but they're good as like a cordial as well. So it doesn't have to be for alcoholic beverages. Actually, honestly, okay, I'm just saying of the game, this is all a bit samey, really. It's just snow. Where else could we go? Over here where we've got a... Actually, okay, if we go up here, so which means I've got to drop a marker. Wait a sec. I'm going to drop a marker over here. All right. Now we'll go on autopilot. All right. We're just going to go at a trot, and I can chat to you all. So, Invisible Chicken, you came across really cheap non-alcoholic gin at Liquorland. Nice. 3 bottles. Yeah, you can... Exploring the whole world of non-alcoholic. Like, in fact, one of the local distilleries I get whiskey from, in rye whiskey, the Gospel here in Melbourne. They actually developed a non-alcoholic rye. Because it's kind of like, some people say dry July, don't drink alcohol. And because they do rye whiskey, they're saying, whoa, we're making it rye July. But then they said, also, we respect people who are wanting to cut back or not drink alcohol. So they developed a non-alcoholic rye whiskey, which I thought was pretty cool. So I'm playing this. This is on autopilot because I thought it would be just a more interesting scenery than just looking at me, and the way it changes camera shot. Invisible Chicken, you can actually buy from the distillery. Now I actually want to look it up. Gospel Rye. The Gospel. thegospelwhiskey.com. Just going to check their shop. What are they selling in the shop at the moment? Okay, so they're straight rye and their Solera rye. Ah, yes, responsible rye. Ooh, they've made a vermouth. I didn't know they'd made a vermouth. A Pinot Noir vermouth. Okay, so this is so you can order this off the website. It's $46, which is comparable to the other ones in bottle shops, I think. Okay. Australia's only dedicated rye whiskey distillery, the Gospel set out to create a non-alcoholic rye whiskey alternative that was inclusive of all, under the guidance of qualified sommelier and R&D distiller, Ellie Ash. Responsible Rye spent over a year in development, a commitment to flavour and perfecting the recipe without compromise. Whether you're drinking rye or going rye, the Gospel have you covered. And they recommend having that with dry ginger ale. Neat. I think it's saying it's 0.5% alcohol, which actually meets the legal definition of a non-alcoholic beverage. It's kind of like a lemon, lime, and bitters technically has some alcohol content because bitters tends to be around 40% alcohol. But because there's only a couple of dashes of bitters in a lemon, lime, and bitters, it meets the legal definition of a non-alcoholic beverage. Now, if you had a moral or religious reason for drinking zero alcohol, that wouldn't suit you. But if it's just, I don't want to drink alcohol, I don't want to get drunk, super fucking difficult to get drunk on 0.5% alcohol beverage. Because I think to drink enough to actually get drunk, you would be so fucking bloated. You'd be throwing up from just having consumed too much rather than throwing up from drinking alcohol. So, all right, so I've just got my horse doing a slow trot through the snow, and I think we're both cold, but also I'm not saving this part of the game, so that's fine. Although now it's nighttime, although the only place you get bad shit at nighttime in this game, so far as I know, is in the swamp. Although, okay, I take that aside. There are wolves, there are bears, there are mountain lions, which can randomly attack you. But in the swamp, there's the fucking night folk and crocodiles or gators. I keep saying crocodiles. They're actually gators because it's American. Also, in another, you can randomly run into someone who wants to shoot you in this game. Every territory in this game has someone who is a small miscreant who just wants to shoot you. And I like that because you can fucking murder them. It's a different group in every territory, but you can murder them and not lose any honor, which is pretty cool. Oh, so okay, so invisible chicken, you're not drinking reason, medical stuff, and become dependent. Yeah, so a lemon, lime, and bitters. Ah, shit. What did I say about wolves? God damn it. Fuck off, wolf. Fuck off, wolf. Fuck off, wolf. I'm going to die here. See, what did I tell you about random things that want to kill you in this game? Okay, that's probably enough. That ruined our quiet ride through the countryside. I just have to remember next time I start the game to load a saved game to not just start playing, because this has a memory of me playing thing. Invisible Cheat. Oh, is there a new Saints Row? I got a free download. I think it's Saints Row 3, and it's absolutely ridiculous, which is very funny. Saints Row is a shamelessly silly game. Although I stopped playing it because I honestly couldn't work out the point of it. I mean, one of the things Saints Row is famous for is just the extreme degree to which you can personalize the appearance of your avatar. Like, there's just a ridiculous, borderline infinite number of variables you can put together so what your character looks like. I think it was Saints Row 3 I was playing, and I was having real trouble working out because it was actually very hard. I'd probably set it to an easy setting, and it was very hard to get killed. But it was kind of difficult to work out what the point of the game was. So stop playing. I'm playing Borderlands 3 at the moment, which is fun. Just big old shoot 'ems ups. Shooty. I quite enjoy the Borderlands 3. Again, and I'm also playing that on an easy setting because fuck playing a difficult game. I'm just kind of enjoying the thing, and I appear to have just some super overpowered weapons. So really the only thing is whether or not I run out of ammunition as I just shoot people up with these really overpowered weapons that fuck them up really quickly. But still, it's fun. I do enjoy the sense of humor in the Borderlands games. It's very silly and very juvenile. So if you don't like juvenile humor, you're not going to like Borderlands. And that's fine. That's fine. That's legit. So Invisible Chicken, the point of Saints Row, do the stuff you do in GTA and gets points for it. Yeah. Look, I might go back to it at some point, but I just remember at some point it's like, this is really weird. People keep trying to kill me and I kill them instead. But okay, I'm trying to articulate what it was that was confusing me. I was it was just like, okay, I can kill a bunch of people, but why am I killing a bunch of people? Yeah, I think I'm explaining it really badly. Possibly due to drinking the alcohol. But anyway, I'm going to try my new whiskey now. Also, long-term viewers may be enthralled. Look, you look over there. If you have very good memory, that may look like a lot less bottles because it's a lot less bottles. It's about half as many bottles. I moved a bunch of liqueurs in particular that I don't use very often to a bookcase in the next room because basically I had very much overloaded those drinks carts, and I was worried the day was inevitably going to come when the drinks carts would break, like fall over with a suitably terrible outcome of a bunch of bottles falling off and breaking it. Nettie, there are indeed spaces in the trolleys. I'm not going to go crazy. The liqueurs are in a bookcase in the next room. So I have deliberately reduced the number of bottles on there by like a third. And so that's like 30, when you take into account the number of bottles it was and the weight of the glass in the bottles, that's like 30 to 40 kilograms less on each trolley, because I was really paranoid about the trolleys breaking. I have a new bottle to taste now. I have actually only one more bottle's going to go on there, but I've got 2 bottles coming next week. But I've got an open book. If any of my favorite distilleries release what sounds like a special spirit at a not too extravagant price in the next couple of months, I'll probably get it. Anyway, I got to get the new bottle. Oh, okay. Oh, legs. Where is it? Indeed, where is it? Here it is. The Grove Corn Mash Whiskey. And it's Australian whiskey. It's from Western Australia, from the Grove Distillery. Got to get a shot glass. I haven't tried this one yet. All right. No, got to do this one, just for fun. My hearing shot glass. Okay, so this is fun. Mrs. Angry got me a cool birthday present. It's a mystery bottle subscription through the White Possum website, and you can do it as a one-off, like send someone a bottle for a present. It can be 2 over a year, so 1 every 6 months. It can be 1 every 3 months. It can be 1 every month. 1 every month, I said, was too much. So I've got 1 every 3 months. A mystery bottle arrives. This arrived today. This is from Western Australia. So this is aged in American white oak. So it's basically bourbon, except you can't call it a bourbon because it's not made in America. So they call it corn mash whiskey. They followed all the bourbon rules. So I'm going to try it. And yes, Invisible Chick and I have finished Sandman. Thoroughly enjoyed it. We'll definitely watch it again. Oh, okay, so really aroma-wise. Okay, I'm going to pour it into a little thing. See how the bottle... Glug, glug, glug. Love that noise. All right. I'm going to make a cocktail with this as well. Oh, Kirsten, Hellion, hello. Okay, do you know the Grove Distillery in Western Australia? This is, I'll just quickly reiterate what I said before. Mrs. Angry got me a sort of subscription to mystery bottles for my birthday. Once every 3 months, a mystery bottle arrives. This one arrived today. Corn mash whiskey from the Grove in Western Australia. They followed all the rules for making bourbon, including aging it in new American oak barrels. But they can't call it bourbon because it's made in Australia. Oh, see, Invisible Chicken, that is a good offspring, getting your dad Archie Rose whiskey. Kirsten, you do know the Grove, and you've been drinking whiskey in Tasmania. So it just arrived today. I haven't tasted it yet. This is like their bourbon. Okay, so really, if you get in too close, it does burn the nose a bit. What's that really light? It's typical sort of bourbon caramel vanilla. Really, the good whiskey. Invisible Chicken, you got him the good whiskey. The good whiskey is good. It's a good whiskey. Okay, really pleasant aroma on this one. Taste-wise, neat. Oh, sweet like honey. Oh, that is really quite pleasant. Bit spicy. Oh, and this is what I love. The lingering taste on the tongue is really good. I'm very disappointed when you drink something and the aftertaste is bleh. The aftertaste, on like the lingering taste on my tongue, is really pleasant. A little bit of cinnamon, maybe. Almost golden syrup. Yum. It's really nice. All right. I'm going to put a little bit of ice in there to chill it and dilute it, because that's just how I do. So, Kirsten, Timmy G is one of your favorites. Is Timmy G a person or a beverage? Because I did not look up what else the Grove make. Just needs a little 500ml bottle. It's cute. There's little, that looks like it's flaring out a lot. There are little dancing stick figures around the thing at the top, which I think is cute. Oofed. Okay. So Invisible Chicken, you thought it'd be something he'd be interested in. Wanted him to try a different Australian whiskey flavor. Yeah. No, the good whiskey is really good. I have a bottle of it over here. Very easy to drink. All right. Ooh, what's that opened up? It's a different aroma. Oh, right. Timmy G. Tim Good is the seller hand who made the good mistake. Yes, Invisible Chicken. If your dad doesn't read it himself, you have to tell him the story of the good whiskey in as much as it was a mistake. Someone working in the distillery accidentally, Kirsten, you can correct me, I think it was a rye and a single malt that they accidentally mixed. And that was a big mistake because it could have resulted in needing to throw away hundreds of liters of spirit. But then everyone tasted it and said, no, this is actually pretty good. So now it's been released. Now I feel like I want to have some of that after this, actually. Oh, what's that smell like? Toffee? It's unmistakably sweet, but it's almost like strawberry. It's, oh my God, just with that, opening it up a bit with a bit of water. Oh, it's a beautiful smell. Oh, so Kirsten, the Grove make delicious liqueurs. Oh, so Invisible Chicken. You did read the story. Yeah, the story is fun. Anyway, so I got to taste this now. Oh, that's really quite pleasant. Again, the bourbon style whiskey, it's a bit sharper than a lot of Australian single malts because single malts are aged in barrels that have already had something in them like wine or bourbon or whatnot. And so they have a slightly richer flavor. Man, this is really nice though. Oh my God, that's pleasant. That's really pleasant. Oh, that's an interesting fact, Kirsten. The Grove have an interesting shape still. It's more commonly used for brandy. Okay, you know what I'm going to do? I have a bourbon over there, a California bourbon. I'm going to compare it to this. So which means I need another shot glass, but I also need some water to cleanse my palate. Yeah, Invisible Chicken. The story's awesome. And it is a good whiskey. All right. So I'm getting another couple shot glasses. Let's get some shot glasses and some water. All right, because I'm gonna compare this to an American bourbon and then to the good whiskey. All right, some water to cleanse my palate. Okay. Now, High West is that? All right. Now I've rearranged my shelf, and I'm not sure where everything is. The whole idea of rearranging it is I'd know where everything is. All right. What's here? Good whiskey. Man, I picked up good whiskey straight away. All right, got to get my California bourbon, which I assume is just here. Where is it? Nope. Nope. That's not it. That's not it. Wait, why can't I find... Okay, I'm not that drunk. Why can I not find the California bourbon? This is not making any sense. Why can... Did I put it in the wrong place? Wow, this is weird. I put it... That's it there. I put it in the wrong place. Oofed. Oh, no. Okay. No, it's not the wrong place. I just have to remember that I put it there. All right. Nobody panic. Okay? All right. So, Sonoma County Distilling Company, west of Kentucky, bourbon whiskey, number 2. Limited release. 47.5% alcohol by volume, whereas the Grove whiskey is just 40%. So we're going to put a bit of this in a shot glass. And we're going to put a bit of the good whiskey in a shot glass. And we're going to do a comparison. All right. So, the American bourbon. Ooh, okay, that's pretty good. Very honeyish. Okay, that burns a bit more, which is not surprising because it's higher alcohol. Ooh, God, what's that taste? It's an almost herbal flavor in that. Oh, and the Grove. Sets the tongue a tingle, does that whiskey? A little bit more. Oh, yum. That's actually quite nice. But yeah, a bit more honeyish compared to the Grove whiskey, actually. Now a little taste of the good whiskey. Oh, good God. Oh, that's so nice. Yeah, it doesn't have the sharpness of a bourbon. I think it's because it's been aged in barrels that already had something in them. Oh my God, that's nice. That's it's a bit smokier. Oofed. That's definitely more to my taste. A little bit of ice in each of these as well. Oof. Just the good whiskey has a much rounder taste. I think that's down to the barrel it was aged in. So again, the American bourbon. Oh, that has really nice honey notes in it. It's a bit sharpish. This is the good whiskey. Oh, It's much rounder. It's almost an orange flavor in there, like not orange juice, but like orange oil, orange rind. Oh, and it just really sits on the tongue as well. Oh, that is nice stuff. Oh, all right. Oof. Ooh, Kirsten, the Overeem Distillery. Holy crap. Um. Oh, damn. Yes, no, Overeem. I can imagine that being a big whiskey adventure. See, Dr. Abigail, uh, uh, the the people who named this whiskey love a pun. So the mistake of mixing the whiskies was done by a distillery worker of the name Good with an E on the end. So that's actually what it's called. Good with a bracket around the E and whiskey with a bracket around the E. Because of course it's a regional preference on whether you um, put an E in whiskey. Um, so yes, the namer of the good whiskey just likes their puns or their wordplay. Mm. Oh, oh my goodness, that's good. All right, so I got to make something with the Grove corn mash whiskey. Have to decide essentially whether to make. I'm going to keep it simple. Either make an old fashioned or a whiskey sour. I haven't made a whiskey sour in a while. Maybe I'll make a whiskey sour. Because I'm a wild and crazy individual. You can't hold me back. No rules. All right. Ah, yep. I might actually make a whiskey sour because I feel like I haven't made whiskey sour in a while. So, okay, it's only just after 9. I'm a little bit drunk. So I am going to have to pace myself to not just firkin crash because, it's party night. Do I want to stay on past 10? Yeah. I like that, Dr. Abigail. How do you make a whiskey sour? Punch it in the stomach and insult its mother. Right. Right. And you get these little shot glasses out of the way, trying to keep stuff in order and not break anything, ideally. All right. So keep this simple. All right. So I'm going to get. Oh, wait. No. The shaker would be. I washed it. It's going to be in the dishwasher. Dishwasher. All right. I'm going to use my Parisian shaker. Uh, What the fuck? 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 No, I'm not actually muted. I'm having super fucking weird technical problems. And there's a delay between when I see chat and when I go. There. It's. Jeez, fuck. That is absolutely just random technical problems. That's really fucking weird. Well, Dr. Abigail, you were meant to come over here for a tech support visit. So maybe we really need that. All right, I'm going to make whiskey sour with the Grove corn mash whiskey. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Wah, wah, wah. Shush game. Alright. Simple. Okay. Gotta do some sugar syrup in my oleosaccharin, which is really my offspring made me a pancake this morning. I put this syrup on it. Super fucking yum. Just throwing it out there. Very, very good. A little bit of lemon juice as well. And to make it extra foamy, we'll do it one time. I see Saracen doing some Hollander beer. Cheers to you. Oh yes, you need to look after sick, horny teenagers. Yeah, no, we talked about that. Yes, that may be a thing you had to do. All right. All right, that's my foaming agent. Invisible chicken. That's how you make a whiskey punch. Make a whiskey sour. Turn up to a grand event with their date. Leave it someone else. Yeah. All right. All right. So first, the dry shake without ice, because we want this to foam up. So we go. Do this shake. Give it a good shake. This is the most exercise I have had in a while. But it's just exercising my upper body. And I'm going to need to do leg day. Oh! Wait, I didn't put bitters in here. Where is my bitters? All right. We'll put a little bit of bitters in here. All right. New, we will add some ice. We got it foamy, but now we need to chill it. Oh. Now I will momentarily turn off the microphone because this can be a very harsh noise. My shaker is painfully cold to hold. That's the sign. Oh, I need the strainer, which I think is in the dishwasher. Hang on a sec. Yes. It was in the dishwasher. All right, I'm just going to put it in my existing glass. It was not turned off? Oh, well, sorry. All right. Let's strain this. Oh, Christ, Icy Saracen. Yeah, that whole China-Taiwan thing. That's fucked up, yo. All right. I'm too old to sign up for war, by the way. All right, now we'll put a couple of drops of bitters on top of my foamy sour. These whiskey bitters. All right. My whiskey sour. It's a little bit foamy. It kind of looks cool. Anyway. Oh. That's quite pleasant. Yes, Saracen, I'm only 45, not 56. So, oh, man, that is good. Oh, wow, that is really nice. All right. I don't make whiskey sours as often as I used to. And that's a really good one. Might make an old fashioned after that, who knows? Invisible chicken. You think China probably can't do anything to the election? Do they have election? I don't know. It's a fraud issue. You know, the Chinese regime is a shitty authoritarian regime. You'd probably look into the people who are holding power in Taiwan and find bad things out about them as well. But I am very much not in favor of authoritarian regimes like the Chinese Communist Party. But anyone who tries to simplify the issues around China and Taiwan is probably not to be trusted because they're probably talking shit. It's basically, yes, a very fraught and complicated issue. Again, with a great big asterisk, I do not like authoritarian regimes, and the Chinese Communist Party is an authoritarian regime. You know, from certain perspectives, the United States is an authoritarian regime, but kind of, sort of, but not really. And I'm not enough of an expert on Taiwan to tell you anything meaningful about the people who hold power there at the moment. But given the history, I kind of feel like you could find out some less than great things about the people who hold power in Taiwan at the moment, which doesn't excuse the authoritarian nature of the Chinese Communist Party. But we live in a complicated world. That's another thing as well. What's this bottle? I have to decide. Okay, so I emptied this. I have to decide if I want to keep the bottle. Because when I make things, that's a 500 ml bottle. The occasional 500 ml bottle is useful. Lee, the CCP is definitely totalitarian. Icy Saracen. Civil war between CCP and ROC. It's like if the Democrats and Republicans went to war and the Democrats were forced to live in Hawaii. Actually, that is both a humorous and quite edifying analogy. I like it. Kirsten, old Trumpy got raided by the FBI, which is funny. And yes, Megaleech, I'm having super fucking weird mic problems. Like if I go into settings and try and change it back to the good mic, let me see. Oh wow, no, it's actually gone away. Okay, I'm going to try something. I'm going to unplug the good mic. Where are we? I'm going to try and unplug the good mic and then replug it back in. And see if I can get it to work. All right, so I'm going back into my settings. Microphone. All right, is this okay? That's working now. I think maybe I've got my good microphone back now. So Invisible Chicken, Attorney General Merrick Garland petitioned a judge to have. Oh yeah, okay. So that's a fun thing. The Attorney General said we should make public what the search warrant was. We should tell everyone why we did the raid on Trump, and it's a really fraught legal process. So yeah. Oh, that made a big but again, weird fucking technical things that have never happened before. But anyway. Oh my god. Okay. Whiskey sour. That was like one of the first cocktails I got into, like about 5 years ago when I started to get seriously into cocktails. And I've been less into whiskey sours of late. But this one, very fucking good. Oh, Megaleech. Wife says hi. Hello. Nice to know that you're there. Icy Saracen. Civil War, do you mean in the US? I was having this discussion with Mrs. Angry the other day. My opinion of how volatile and fucked the US is at the moment. I would be very surprised if the United States still exists in its current form in 20 or 30 years, quite honestly. Dr. Abigail, yes. Megalish wife said hello this morning. Yes. By rolling over? Was that what happened? Again, okay. If you want a very interesting exploration of potential developments in the United States, look up a podcast called It Could Happen Here. Don't listen to the episodes from the last year. They're talking about current events. Listen to the original episodes, which are from a couple of years ago. This is done by Robert Evans, the guy who's famous for Behind the Bastards. But he did an exploration of how the United States could face another civil war. That's what it means by it could happen here. And again, it's purely speculative. It's not intended to be predictive, but he explores various ways the United States, as we understand it now, could splinter and turn into different things. And it is very engaging listening. I thoroughly recommend the original run of It Could Happen Here. Thanks, Megaleech. The wife says hi and thanks for this morning. Nice. An Invisible Chicken. People in America voice concerns about violence, make crowd. Oh yeah, no. the right wingers in the US are preaching such violent rhetoric at the moment. It is quite concerning. It's quite concerning. Tell you what, I'm going to finish this whiskey sour. Yum. No, it's really good. It's really good. So the syrup I used, I have like 6 different syrups in my fridge at the moment. This one is what we call an oleosaccharum. Now, kids out there, if you want to make a really nice sugary syrup that is useful for so many things, it's good for cocktails. It's great on pancakes. And you could probably add it to soda water to make a nice drink. There's a thing that we call oleosaccharum, and what that translates into is oil and sugar. Anyway, should you watch the stream? No, dude, you should stay here and hang. Oleosaccharum is oil and sugar. So what that means is the starting point is you peel a citrus fruit. That's lemon. This is a lemon oleosaccharum. So I peeled a lemon, and then you cover it in sugar, and there is a is it chemistry? I don't know. There's a reaction, but basically, sugar extracts all the oils out of the peel and liquefies and forms a syrup. I added a little bit of water to get the sugar to completely solidify. So this is a sugary syrup that's also really lemony, but it's lemony with lemon oil rather than lemon juice. Very good in cocktails. Also very good on pancakes. Icy Saracen, no, I don't. If there was a civil war in the US, I would hope desperately the Australian government would be like, well, fuck, we're just sitting back. That's the other side of the world. Jesus Christ. I hope the nukes are controlled. But yeah. You listen to Simon Sinek. I have no idea who that is. I literally don't know who that is. But yes, sorry, this thing, oleosaccharum, yum, super nice syrup, very useful. I have another one. It's in the fridge. I call that, it's a clarified cordial. Oh, Rebecca, hello. You've been missing the streams of Dr. Abigail, you're a bad girl. Sorry, Rebecca, I'm also just going to throw in, don't mention to Dr. Abigail you're being a bad girl. That would just encourage her. Just throwing it out there. So yes, okay. So yes, that oleosaccharum is lemon peel covered in sugar and then a little bit of water as well. The other one I have is a blood orange clarified cordial. So it's like I got a blood orange, peeled it, covered it in sugar, made a syrup, then added the juice from the blood oranges to that, and then added that to milk to clarify it. And it's a really nice cordial. In fact, after this whiskey sour, I think I'll have a non-alcoholic drink. I think I'll have soda and my clarified blood orange liqueur. Megalich, you're sharing. It's nice. Dude, okay. That's just nice. Yeah, oh, sorry, Rebecca. Yes, I knew that you were Tasji. I knew who you are. Oh, okay. Sorry. Tasji, if you're going to tell Dr. Abigail you've been a bad girl. Oh, dear. Oh, no. That's the thing. Oh, dear. Invisible Chicken. Crooked Media. Yeah, that's the thing. So, Icy Saracen, sorry you're asking. No, I think Australia spending money on the military is money fucking flushed down the toilet. Because if China seriously wanted to fuck with us, we'd be fucked. So, yeah. Again, the last days of the Liberal government saw some real fucking stupid military expenditure. I don't know. They seem slightly better. Oh my god, Test chick, King. Sorry, we're all being horny on Maine, which is fine. Invisible Chicken. Trey Crowder's good for democratic perspectives in a red state. Nice. Again, I've managed to make various friends on interwebs over the last, 15, 18, 20 years who give me very interesting perspectives on people in very different parts of the world. The world's complicated. Do you all agree? Shit's complicated, yo. Everything's like fucked up and weird and oof. Oh my. Okay, that was a good whiskey sour. Leash, what are you saying? Home court advantage similar to Ukraine's. Again, China does not want to invade Australia, and it would be a super bad tactical blunder to do so. I don't believe they want to, but if some... Okay, so ideologues and demagogues and populists are dangerous in every political system, and it is theoretically possible that a demagogue and a populist could rise in the Chinese Communist Party that preached an expansionist and dominionist ideology, which would include spreading Chinese control all through the South Pacific, including down to Australia. It's not impossible. It's unlikely, but it's not impossible. But invading Australia would be a terrible tactical mistake. Be an awful mistake. Isis Harrison, does Australia have the capacity to commit regime change? No. Short answer, Australia has almost no power certainly has no power to control who is in charge of any Asia Pacific nations. So yeah, no, that's my take. No, Australia can't control who's in charge of any Asia Pacific nations. There's a softer thing. Oh my God, Mims is here to say hello. Do you want to say hello, Mimsy? Yes. Yes, she does. All right, I'm going to adjust my camera so Mimsy can say hello. Mimsy, hello everyone. I'm Mimsy. You silly. Sorry, I'm going to move these things over here, put you on your perch, and put the camera back up here. And we'll go over here. And there's Mimsy. You like scratches. Mimsy likes scratches. Hey, Laura, how are you doing? Okay, you know what I'm feeling like I need to do? Oh, my God. Okay. I haven't had a whiskey sour for a while, and that was a good whiskey sour. So now I think I need to do an old-fashioned with the Grove corn mash whiskey as well. But I also think I need a toilet break. So I might show my latest cocktail video. I'll just have to find it. All right. Oh my God. No, Safa. Oh, Jesus. The whole Dutton deep throating a Dagwood dog was very disconcerting. It was very unsettling. And we do it. All right. I'm going to share a screen. The tab. All right. This is my homemade apple. Oh, okay. Sorry, I'm going to. All right, I'm going to try take two just to make sure I do this right. Because I friggin' definitely need to have a toilet break. Let's do this again. Share the tab audio. Okay. What do we got here? Just going to do that.
G'day cocktail lovers, time for another concoction in the kitchen. A little while back I made an apple liqueur with a bourbon base and it was fantastic. I loved it. And it's all gone. And I determined I was going to do it again, but this time I was going to use a rum base. So the first step in this, I had 2 large apples and slice them up thinly. What you want is a lot of surface area because the more surface area, the more moisture is going to get drawn out when you cover it with sugar. I bought an apple variety I'd never heard of before from a specialty shop. It was called Ginger Gold. It doesn't taste like ginger. Apparently it's just someone's nickname was ginger and they named the apple after themselves. It's a tart apple. It's somewhere between a Granny Smith and a Golden Delicious. I thought an apple with a strong tart flavour would do really well. So I sliced it up, put it in a bowl, covered it in twice its weight in sugar, and then waited. After a couple of days, like literally 2 days, the syrup completely liquefied. If you don't have time to wait for it to completely liquefy, you could speed up the process by putting it on the stove on a low heat, but there is no sugar grain left in this at all. It's just a beautiful apple flavored syrup. Ooh, also, hot tip, these pieces of apple are absolutely delicious. And this is before we put any spirit in here, but if maybe you still like them after they taste like booze. I like them much more when they're just like this. So I'm actually going to set some aside just for treats, but the rest is going to have some rum added to it. I needed to decide which rum I was going to use, and I was in 2 minds, didn't know which one to choose. And then I bought this. This is a limited edition from Bundaberg. It's a very well-known distillery for rum in Australia. It's probably the best-known distillery in Australia, and it's kind of known for being not completely crash-hot rum. Somewhat substandard rum, their default ones, in fact. Kind of like Jim Beam or Jack Daniels. Yeah, they make a rum, they make a bourbon, but they also do make some good quality high-end ones. This was a flavoured one they call Campfire. Burnt butterscotch and toasted macadamia flavoured. And I thought, I can't resist. Sounds interesting. I tried it. Does actually taste like burnt butterscotch and toasted macadamia. But then it's got this bitter aftertaste that I really don't like. So I thought, you know what? That's the one that's going to get apple-fied. So I'm going to add about 200 mils of the syrup to this and then macerate it with apple slices as well. I'll leave it in with the apple slices in. I'll start tasting it after a couple of days, so it'll be in there anywhere from 2 or 3 days to a week, depending on how the flavor goes through. And then I'm going to barrel age it. That's right, I'm still on my barrel aging kick. And I did barrel age the last apple liqueur, and it was fantastic. It was better. I split it in half and barrel aged half and not the other half. And the barrel aged one was better. So this one, I'm going to barrel age the whole lot. So I'll see you again when that's done. So that's going to be somewhere in the region of a month from now, or for you viewing, a couple of seconds from now. Here we are, 3 weeks later. Our rum-based apple liqueur is out of the barrel, and that is just fantastic. I don't often drink liqueurs straight. I could drink this straight, but it's got a really richer flavor now. The barrel's like smoothed it all out a bit. It's got apple. It's quite syrupy from the apple syrup. The salted caramel flavor from the flavored rum is still coming through. And I don't know if this is psychological, but it's really tasting like apple pie to me, to the point where I feel like I can taste cinnamon notes. And there was no cinnamon ingredient in there. I could have stuck actual cinnamon sticks in when I was making it, but I didn't. Maybe next time, because I'm going to do this next time. I'll tell you what, this is definitely my hot tip for you, is if you get like a whiskey or a rum and it's a bit, it's maybe not terrible, maybe it is terrible, but you think, no, this is not great, I'm not there. Make an apple liqueur with it. It just has come out great for me twice now. Bonus tip, I really think a barrel is fun. Barrel aging stuff gives a little bit more depth to what you put in there. And I'll doubtless be doing some again in the future. But in the meantime, I'll be enjoying this. Probably watch out on the channel for cocktails using this, because I think this would hold up really well paired with some spirits in a cocktail. So I'll work on that as well. But in the meantime, I'm going to enjoy this. I hope you're enjoying whatever you're doing, wherever you are. And I do hope to see you again soon. Until then, cheers.
All right, so that was that. Okay, I had my required comfort stop, aka toilet break. So that's good. So I feel a bit more relaxed and whatnot. So I said, Mimsy, what are you doing? Meow. You want to come up here? Okay, so here in the kitchen, I did drop a bunch of stuff when I was over here, and Mimsy is kind of hoping I dropped some food for her, and yeah. Oh yeah, Laura, if you want to drop in for Angry Bunch, why not have a chat? In fact, anyone who wants to join and have a chat, that is the link. I have just posted a link. Mimsy, what are you doing? What are you doing, silly cat? Want to come up here? Okay, I could cheat and make Mimsy my friend. Okay, come on, come on. Ugh, do this. Ugh. Mimsy's here, saying hello. Meow. Because she's a silly cat. She's a very silly cat. Meow. Meow, 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 meow. We're talking about, Safa, how long you've been active on YouTube. I started my YouTube channel about a year after YouTube existed. And there we go. Hello, Laura.
Hello there. This is
How you doing?
Because I've got some kind of a cold or something.
Oh, okay.
I've been sick since Tuesday.
Oof.
So
There's
yeah,
a lot of it going around.
I don't know whether it's coronavirus or not.
Yeah, there's a fair chance. Also, just going to say good night to Kirsten. She's traveling around Tassie, last day tomorrow. Got to get some sleep. Good night. And hello, Rabid Game Fan. Hello.
Hello.
Yeah, again. Yeah, I think Australia actually has we went from having quite comprehensive control over COVID to not. And I feel like we possibly have the worst COVID infection rate in the world at the moment. Probably over half the population has had COVID this year. And we're getting about 100 deaths a day. But yeah.
Wow. Yeah, we're in our second heat wave now. We had the first one, the big one.
Yeah. No, you've been getting extreme heat. Yes.
Yeah, like drought time. Yeah. And it occurred to me this week, sort of like, why is it that we aren't building more reservoirs? Because we obviously need more water because we've got a bigger population, and we got a problem with obviously not enough water anyway. So it's like, yeah, we need to start making some new reservoirs, even if it means digging holes in the ground and putting some over the, over the top, or even better, put in floating solar panels on.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know the water situation in the UK at all. I just know it's very different to here. And yes, there are various dams. And in fact, we, for the last 6 months, and the projections seem to be for the next 6 months, be having wetter weather than normal in the majority of the country. So not only are all our reservoirs full, there have been repeated flooding warnings for the last several months on the east coast of Australia. Not so much Victoria, where I am, but New South Wales and Queensland have just had ridiculous recurring flood warnings. It's I often think about like the weather here is like kind of seems hostile to humans on the regular. So yeah, it's very strange. The big thing we're paranoid about in Australia is drought because we're very drought prone, but certainly the East Coast for the last year has had a much bigger issue with flooding than with drought. But that can happen in a 6-month period. You can go from damaging floods to critical droughts in 6 months, and vice versa. You can be stuck in drought conditions for an extended period and then have to deal with just really dangerous flooding. It's you can't relax here, basically.
It's somewhat similar in the UK, that we're now getting these really hot summers, and we're also, we also have a fair amount of rain. And it seems like now it's like, right, we need to capture more of that rain and stop it being evaporated away or, wasted away.
Yeah. And you get very wrongly smug people in Australia. So like, if the UK hits the 30s, God forbid the 40s, they freak out and go, this is a really dangerous heat wave. And that is just a normal summer for us. And you go, yeah, but the thing is, that's a normal summer for us. And the majority of dwellings have the appropriate insulation or air conditioning to deal with it. Whereas in the UK, because that's not normal, the insulation and air conditioning doesn't exist. So if you hit those temperatures, the 30s or even 40s, it is sort of existentially threatening to have weather patterns like that, because there's no retreat from it in like air conditioning or whatever, and humans don't do well in temperatures like that without some artificial buffer to protect them. It's the equivalent in Australia. We are seeing places hit 50 Celsius in summer, and humans just can't exist. And these are weird regional small population areas in the deserts and whatnot. But still, there are people there. And when they hit these critical things in summer, that is not amenable to human life, basically. So those high 30s, 40s in the UK are the equivalent to some areas of Australia hitting 50 Celsius in summers. But Jesus.
I saw a picture, a satellite picture of the UK the other day.
Yeah.
And normally what you get is this, sort of like, green thing. And across the bottom half of it is like this parched, dry tone now, and that was just that's
not
for
good.
6 months apart.
Yeah, no, it's not good.
You know, it's just because we've had an extended amount of time without any rain.
Yeah, Safa's saying his town got over 46 Celsius 3 consecutive days in 2018. Yeah, what we often get in Melbourne in summer, and we are by no stretch of the imagination an extreme part of the Australian weather or whatnot, but we'll often get these things in mid to late summer of multiple days, if not weeks in a row, of the high being in the high 30s to over 40, but we're still the overnight low not dropping much below 30. When the overnight low doesn't drop, that's when you're fucked. Because no relief at all for a week or two on end. That's not good for people's demeanor. But yeah, again, Safa, you're right. There are some very fringe areas in the centre. It's like Western New South Wales, Northern South Australia, the Northern Territory, and the inland bit of Western Australia and Queensland. Those bits in the middle that are hitting 50 Celsius, that is literally not compatible with human life. And in fact, even air conditioning's probably not going to save you in that. If you get extended temperatures like that, it's just not compatible with human life. It's very bad.
Right now, it's 28 degrees Celsius. Humidity is 37%, so that's not too bad.
Yeah, you don't want high humidity as well. But like in the tropical north in Australia, the temperatures stay relatively stable all year. The only thing that changes is the humidity. So they don't refer to 4 seasons. They refer to the wet and the dry. It's just like,
yeah. I mean, if you compare it from a couple of weeks ago when I was last here, I think it was 77% humidity.
Yeah.
So it felt hotter.
That's very difficult to deal with. Humidity that high is very difficult to deal with. Justin, I don't know. Okay, I won't say that didn't happen, but that doesn't really sound right. 70 Celsius doesn't sound right, because even like record temperatures like, Death Valley in the USA or whatnot are like 50 Celsius, 60 Celsius. Again, deserts, you get critical temperatures, and certainly there are parts of the Middle East where people shouldn't be living, but they do, and it's not a great idea. Oh my god, I've been getting these ads on like Facebook and shit for this ridiculous thing. I think it's the Saudi royal family have been promoting the city of Neom. If you've never heard of it, it's this thing that they've talked about doing. It's a vertical city. It's this glass-walled thing running through the desert in the Middle East that's like 100 kilometers long and only a couple hundred meters wide, and it's really tall, and it's ridiculous.
Both sides of the mirror.
Yeah, and it's mirror walled. Yeah. It's ridiculous bullshit that cannot possibly ever happen. Okay, so like, you get things like Dubai and whatnot, which are defying reality. They're building stuff that makes no sense to build, but they are building it. But this city of Neom is just a ridiculous farce. It will never exist. It's ridiculous. It's horseshit.
I don't know. I don't know about that, because I saw something like it's going to cost $37 billion to build. And the thing is, they've got a lot of money to do.
Yeah, no, it's not 37 billion. It's like in the trillions. It is not real. It is, and Dr. Obegas, some people have called it the line, but it's super weird. I've just started getting ads about it on Facebook and shit, and it isn't real. It's some weird hype PR thing. from the Emirates states. It's literally impossible. It cannot happen. And if it were possible, it shouldn't happen because it's a very bad idea. But it's not possible.
Mm.
And yes, Safa, I actually have been in Dubai Airport. It was a stop off on one of my trips, I think, to the UK. I had a few hours in Dubai Airport, had to get off a plane and wander around the airport for a few hours and then get a connecting flight back to Australia.
See, being as I am, I don't think I could go to Dubai or any of those places.
Oh yeah, no, it would be literally dangerous to your existence to go to anywhere in the Gulf states. It would be very dangerous.
Yeah,
Someone might randomly imprison you, and their prisons are fucked.
And even just going through, I'll have to have a look at that because I do watch Thunderfoot stuff.
Yeah, I'm very dubious.
If I wanted to go to Japan, the cheapest way to do it is with Emirates through Dubai, and then up to Japan. So it's just 2 flights, basically.
Yeah.
But it's like, would I? I mean, I certainly wouldn't want to leave the airport.
Yeah.
But would I end up like possibly going to jail just because I passed through it?
Yeah, and as Dr. Abigail said, being technically an illegal human in those areas. But again, it's broader than that. The Gulf states, because they try and they do successfully attract people from various, Western nations, but shit goes wrong with no warning in those places. And there are all sorts of nightmare stories of, people who, I took this contract job, I was being paid a bunch of money, then something went wrong and I lost my job. And I was, by definition in this state, a criminal. And it's kind of like when someone goes to those countries to make money, it's just like, well, you are being an amoral monster by going there because these states fuck over so many people. But also, you're kind of holding a razor to your own throat the whole time because, seriously, the number of cishet white people who randomly have their life turned upside down when they're working in those states, it's a bad fucking idea. They are bad environments and you don't want to be any part of it, basically.
Yeah, and that's why we got the World Cup. Is it there?
Oh, yeah. Oh, God, the World Cup there is ridiculous. Icy Saracen, arrested outside of Dubai. Oh, yeah, but no, it's fuck. It's just, the fact is, it's a risk being in there at all. And like I said, we're all very conscious of anyone in the queer community being in danger in places like that. But the number of nightmare stories I've read about well-connected cishet white people who it's all like, cool, I've got this job, and then the wheels fall off it and they're abandoned and they are suddenly a criminal in this country. It's just like, it's a bad fucking idea. It's a bad fucking idea. It's even if nothing goes wrong for you, you're supporting a really shitty state. But if you're an outsider, you are constantly in danger. Shit could go wrong at any fucking second. And yes, it's kind of like, as they all joke about, being a cishet white male is playing the game of life on the easy setting. And every deviation from that increases the difficulty of the game. But you also need to communicate to cishet white guys, you don't always win when you're on the easy setting on a game. You are way more likely to win, but shit can still go against you. But you need to understand you're still having the easiest go of it. And any deviation from that thing, the cishet white male, is going to make complications more and more likely. but it's ridiculous. So, Icy Saracen, hook up with a gay Arab prince. I think they would sell you out in a second to protect themselves.
Oh, yeah.
I do not have a lot of faith in any of those royal families in the Gulf states. Justin, you think it'd be okay passing through? Yeah, but dude, you just don't know. There are terrible nightmare stories of people being subjected to terrible things. And like I said, we can say who's the most susceptible, but I've also heard stories. And again, it's more common for something to go wrong for women than for men. But I've heard stories of cishet white men who were in managerial roles in a job they had there, and then something went wrong and the deal fell apart and everything went tits up for them and they weren't prepared for it, and they end up living out of a car and their very existence is criminal. Again, totalitarian states, whatever they are, wherever they are, they're very dangerous places. But you can't take anything for granted.
There's one Middle Eastern story that I've used a number of times. When you get people saying, "Oh, using a mobile phone at the wheel isn't that dangerous. You can manage the risks," is what they're trying to say.
Yeah.
And so a number of years ago, and it shows how long ago it was because who owns one nowadays? But BlackBerry had a 3-day
Oh
outage.
yeah.
And in those 3 days in Abu Dhabi and Dubai, they had a 40 and 60% decrease in car crashes. Just in those 3 days.
Oh dear.
So,
Drew, talking about playing life on the hard mode, Justin just said being autistic is playing life on hard mode. And yes, and again, various autistic people wherever they are on the spectrum have said to me, you're not just playing it on hard mode, but no one's explaining the rules to you either.
Yeah, that's a good analogy, isn't it? Yeah.
It's just like it's difficult, but also no one's telling you why it's difficult. No one's telling you the actions that will penalize you in the game. Whereas the other player's going, no, it's obvious. I know exactly what will penalize me in the game. And it's not the same for everyone.
Excuse me for going a bit vulgar. Crikey, this top does make me look quite well covered.
Yes, Rabid Game Fan. Again, this is the Divergent crew on the Angry Live stream. Being autistic, playing life in hard mode, and you're locked out of the tutorial. Yeah. And that's why I refer to us as the Divergent bunch, because whenever we bring up anything like this, it's like everyone's going like #relatable. Yes, I know what you're talking about.
It's really weird how me making a little choice for my happiness has kind of made parts of the world not available anymore.
Yeah, absolutely.
And I can say that about certain parts of America as well.
Oh, Jesus Christ. At the moment, certain parts of America are indiscernible from certain parts of the Middle East, quite honestly.
Yeah,
people using
good phrasing.
People using their professed religious beliefs as an excuse for being absolute pieces of shit.
Saracen asked, when you walk through a hostile area, do you change your appearance? The answer is no, but I also don't walk through hostile areas.
Yes, you make decisions on where and where not to actually be. That's more the thing.
Like I say, sorry about my voice, it's all quite rumbly. Keep drinking.
Sorry, it's just rinsing my glass, and I'm going to put a new bit of ice in it. And Mimsy's sitting here going, "What are you doing?" I'm not doing much, Mimsy. Just you get scratches. It's all right. You get scratches, you silly cat.
My friend's cat died this week, so that's been rather upsetting for them. And
Yeah,
also, so because I've been ill, I haven't really been looking at my phone.
Yeah.
So what I'll do is when I go to bed, I play some of my little games. I have a little game of chess, or one of those bubble bursting games or whatever. And so I don't have my phone here all of the time because I don't go anywhere. Most people phone on the landline.
Yeah.
And so if my friend sends me a text message, I'll usually get it when I go to bed.
Yeah.
So because I've been ill, I haven't been playing the games. I've just, my strategy when I'm feeling sick is I go to bed when I feel sleepy, I get up when I don't feel sleepy, and I don't care what the clock says.
Yeah.
And
you go with your body, not with the clock. Yeah.
Yeah. So, gosh, this sounds horrible to me. Because this voice sounds manly now, because the grumbly on the end of it.
Got a bit of a cold.
Yeah. And so kind of causes a little dysphoria, in fact.
Yeah, I can understand that. Yes.
But I know that people here, people watching, they know who I am on the inside. So although they may hear what my voice is doing right now, their head is still thinking about what I normally sound like, probably.
Yeah.
But anyway, so I got sort of message from my friend Biscuit died. That's the name of the cat. And the cat was sick a couple of weeks ago, just didn't eat and stayed in the animal hospital for a couple of days with the drip or whatever. And then started eating again. And then obviously she found the cat dead a few days later. So
that's always distressing.
Yeah, so basically what happened was on Friday, which is when I was really feeling ill, I got a message saying the cat died. And then over the next 2 days, I've got, please, I know you might feel awkward, but please acknowledge this, and it's like, and I missed 3 of those. And it's like,
yeah, that's a bit rough. Sorry, it's an interesting question, which I'll let you answer, Laura. But my initial view is no group is an amorphous blob, and you do often get stuff from the dominant group. Speaking on behalf of all white cishet men, you often get the thing like every minority group must be an amorphous blob, and they're not. Also, white cishet men aren't an amorphous blob either. But I'm sure there are splits within the trans community. What's your experience, Laura?
Absolutely. One of the things that I learned from the internet fairly early on, sometimes the only thing you have in common with someone is sex. That you're in trains, or you're an atheist or whatever. But in every other way, whether it's socially or economically or politically, you're completely different people.
Yeah.
So yeah, I mean, in general, in certain elements, trans community, trans rights, human rights, we all know this, we all say this.
Yeah, there's a base agreement. Yeah.
But what if you've got a trans person that actually likes the Conservatives?
You get trans people who like Donald Trump. It's like
there's black
because they're not an amorphic blob. Yeah.
Despite the fact he's a clear racist, but Hispanics for Trump is a thing. How?
Oh yeah, and black Trump supporters, which is, you look at it and go, that makes no sense.
That's
But probably,
that's what I said while
yeah,
you were stirring your drink, mate.
yeah. My sort of first realization of this is way back when I was at uni in country New South Wales, and country areas of Australia are like super fucking racist, basically. And near where I grew up, there was a smaller town called Wellington, and someone was publishing an independent newspaper because that's the thing you could do in the 80s. It's not really a thing now, but it was a thing back in the 80s. And his independent paper was super fucking racist and super against Aboriginal people. But you could get Aboriginal people who would support this guy for whatever reason. And we were having I don't know, a symposium, a session with various speakers, and this woman who was an Aboriginal activist, and they're taking questions from the audience. And I said, okay, you must know about this paper in Wellington. And this guy is just fucking out there. But you also get Aboriginal people who voice support for him. What's going on there? And she just said, I look at how divided you white fellas are and then go, how dare you suggest all us black fellas should be the same? And I went, that's a good point. that's an excellent point. Why the fuck, when I do not expect all white people to agree, and in fact I am in aggressively antagonistic opposition to a bunch of white people, why do I harbor this idea that all Indigenous people should be the same? It's ridiculous. And when she said that, I went, that's a good point. I feel like an idiot for asking you. But there were a bunch of white people in the audience that went, that's terrible, she's not addressing it. And I went, no, she did address the point. She said the point was fucking stupid. And when it was just laid out to me like that, I went, oh yeah, the point, which I thought was rational and clear thinking, was actually really self-centered and stupid and nonsensical. But yeah, there is a very broad thing where people go like, oh, if you're a member of particularly if you're a member of a marginalized community, you must all think the same way. And it's like, no, groups of people aren't amorphous blobs. I do appreciate Megaleech saying Trump is an amorphous blob. Yes, him in and of himself, he's definitely an amorphous blob. That is true. But
there's been
multiple members of the Trump family are not an amorphous blob. Even that small grouping, they are all fucked and stupid in their own way. They are not fucked and stupid in the same way. Yeah. And speaking of not amorphous, here's Dr. Abigail too.
Speaking of amorphous blobs, hello.
I didn't say that.
No, I said it.
Yeah.
To be honest, that's my
hello.
Belly. That's an amorphous blob.
Sorry, if I stood up and started showing off the midsection as well, Laura, it's another amorphous blob over here, quite honestly.
Yeah. Speaking about the amorphous blob, also known as Trump, there's been the museum thing where Mar-a-Lago got raided,
which was hilarious.
Yeah, and sort of the Republican politicians say they should release what they were after, kind of stuff.
They already have.
Yeah, have they? Because the Attorney General wanted to. The search warrant was sealed, and the Attorney General was making an appeal to the court saying we should just make this all public.
So the Attorney General has come out saying he approved the raid personally, and he was after potential documents that were taken from the White House.
Yeah.
After Trump left.
And thank you, Rebecca, for the positive words.
Yes. I agree. Mimsy is a very gorgeous amorphous blob.
Okay, she's really fucking skinny at the moment, but but when I say we, I actually mean Mrs. Angry, took her to the vet, and they said, oh yeah, she's like hyperthyroid problems, so she's on new medication. So in a couple of months, she may be putting on weight, which would be good because she's freakishly bony at the moment, and B, it may also improve her temperament, which would be good because at the moment on the stream she's quiet, she's getting cuddles. Mimsy's gorgeous. What do you know? We spend all day with Mimsy being gross and demanding, and she does this thing that I find hilarious. She announces her existence approximately every 30 seconds and she just goes, meow. And I go, yes, I know you're there. I see you. You exist.
She could be in pain. She could be in pain.
And again, that's probably another thing. She could be in pain.
Yeah, and that's why she's constantly meowing.
Yeah. But she's on some new medication, which is supposed to help, but it's going to take a couple of weeks, if not a month or so, to really kick in. So we're taking a long view. Mimsy, she may balance her thyroid issue, so she might finally put some weight back on, which would be good.
Well, that's good.
And
that's good.
Might make her generally happier. But you're seeing at her best here. She's sitting on my lap getting scratches, and she's just like, yeah, this is good. She spends the whole fucking day. She spends the whole fucking day walking around just meowing, going, do you know I'm here? Because I'm here. And I have conversations with her. I go, yes, I'm aware you exist. You're there. I see you. Shut the fuck up now. And
see, so, I don't know if you know this about me, but I speak cat.
Yeah.
And cats don't generally walk around announcing their presence.
Yeah.
And Megaleech is right. She could be a flurkin, but I don't think she is.
What is a
flurkin? You don't like. You don't want to encounter a flurkin.
No.
They're very dangerous creatures.
That doesn't tell me anything about what a flurkin is, though.
It's that they look identical to cats, except they hold an extra dimensional space in their mouths, and they can basically swallow anything. Yeah, and they have like eldritch tentacles that can be projected from their mouths.
No, she doesn't have that. I'm quite confident. But I'll have whole conversations. She's got to the stage where if you meow back at her, she will meow back again, and she'll keep it up the whole time. If she goes meow and you go meow, then she'll go meow, then you go meow, and she will keep going as long as you keep going. It's it's quite funny.
Well, cats don't usually do that, but she is old, so she's probably
like probably at least 18. Yeah,
a bit weird in the head.
She's a senior cat. Let's just put it at
very
that.
senior, but she's probably in a bit of pain as well, and just needs a bit of
TLC. No, definitely.
Yeah. It's when you don't. It's when you don't know where she is that you should worry, because that means she's gone off somewhere quiet to die, basically.
That's the thing that not all cats, but lots of cats do. Like a lot of people go like, oh, my pet of 20 years disappeared. And you go, yeah, because they knew they were dying and they just wandered off somewhere to die.
Yeah, they do that.
But AIDS's old cat did that way back like 10 years ago when I used to shoot videos when AIDS was still married to a lady person, and they had a cat that was about as old as Mimsy, but didn't lose weight, was still a big chunky cat.
Okay.
But the cat used to be worried about AIDS. Like AIDS would like wake up when he was in one of his bad health phases. And he said more than once he woke up and the cat had like a mouse or a rat in its mouth. And just sitting in the bed going like, come on, buddy, you should eat something. And AIDS's like, thanks, pal. Thanks, but no.
It's dangerous to go alone. Here, take this.
More than once, he woke up with his cat going, "Come on, buddy, you don't look well. You should eat something." And he's dropping like a mouse or a rat in his bed. And Daisy's going, "Oh,
Oh,
thanks,
great.
buddy. I'm
Wow.
glad you're looking out for me, but no, this is
So,
no.
Mike, do
Doing
you
this.
remember I told you about the lady who died, and that's what got me thinking about, transitioning basically. So we chat a bit much like this most days, just like a whole bunch of us chatting away. And because she lived in the middle of nowhere kind of thing, she used to have the camera off most of the time, because otherwise it'd get glitchy. And there was one day when her cat, I'm trying to remember what the cat's name was. Anyway, doesn't matter. So so we're chatting away, and all of a sudden we hear her voice scream, the cat's name, and this massive rampage going on. And there was a squeak, because what had happened was the cat had brought her a mouse.
Yes.
Wasn't dead.
The mouse wasn't dead. Oh, that's
Oh,
not
no.
good.
So she
That's
dropped the
not
mouse. The cat dropped the mouse on. He dropped the mouse on the laptop, and then the mouse got up and tried to run away, and the cat leapt after it again.
Oh, good Lord.
Over the laptop, and of course the laptop goes flying because,
No.
it was just a bizarre moment in sort of community history.
That's not good. Cat, you are misjudging the situation when you drop the not quite dead mouse. Mimsy actually surprised us all.
In terms of memorable community moments, it was a bit like your son's party thing with that drunk girl.
That was a memorable moment. Drunk Brittany coming through. Yeah. Also, it's actually only quite recently, young Mr. Angry hadn't hung out with her since the party until quite recently, and he just went, "Where's her stuff? Because I'm going to go see her," because she left a cardi and her vape pen here in the house. And it's like, "Oh no, I've still got them. They're aside. You're actually going to go see her and give them back?" He goes, "Yeah, I'm going to see her and give them back." And I was like, "Okay, tell her that everyone on the stream thinks she's a legend." But Give Pest Slayer, hello. I don't know if okay. I'm really not going to countenance him having another party that big anytime, but I don't know. There may be another instance on a stream sometime in the future where he has maybe half a dozen people over. I don't want a fucking huge crowd because it's a bit stressful. Although we've still got, the marquee, which Dr. Abigail was very instrumental in getting the marquee put together. We did take it down and store it. It's in the shed. It's stored in a box and whatnot. I feel like I just want to give that to someone who says, "Hey, do you have a party coming up and you want a marquee in your backyard? Take this," because it's a thing. We got it and it's pretty good. And what was funny is because it was for young Mr. Angry's 21st, and he said, "I want to tent in the backyard," because his 21st is in the middle of winter, and want to protect against the elements. And I thought, "Oh, we'll hire something." And I looked at hiring something, which I assume includes someone putting it together and taking it down, was actually super fucking expensive. Whereas buying a cheap shit marquee, which could easily fall apart, from Bunnings was less than half of hiring one. So we bought it from Bunnings, put it together. There was no wind. I feel like that thing would not have survived a wind, actually.
No, it wasn't the most expensive and sturdy thing,
Yeah.
to be honest. But it
It
did the
served its
job.
purpose on the night because there was no wind.
Certainly did.
Yeah.
Yes.
But also, even the next day, like Dr. Abigail, you went home eventually. We hadn't taken it down, but it was a little bit breezy the next day, and it all started to come apart. So I was like, okay, I need to
Yeah.
actually take this apart
'Cause
and pack it up.
I mean, most of the fittings were friction fittings. Some of them were like nothing was bolted together. Some of them were like ball and socket, like kind of.
Yeah, they were just sort of
Yeah.
pushed in. It was plastic
Yeah.
joiners to the metal, and again, they
Yep.
weren't sturdy metal poles. They were really
No, they were
flimsy
not.
metal poles.
All it
so
took was one really sturdy gust of wind to get up into the marquee to give it some lift, and the whole thing would have collapsed.
Yeah, it started to come apart the next day. So over about a 2-day period, we deconstructed it and packed it away. And
Jeez,
we've
we're
actually
really
packed
selling
away.
it, aren't we?
Oh yeah, no, it's fucking great. But
Yeah.
it was.
It's certainly
we
not
looked
a disposable thing. It on a good like summer or like if you know it's not going to be a particularly gusty evening, it'll be perfect.
Yeah, and it worked. We lucked into it was perfect for the night of the party.
Even if it had have rained, it would have been fine. It's
No, it
just
would have been good. It's wind. It wouldn't stand up to
wind.
wind.
Yeah.
And we
Yeah.
didn't have any wind on the night of the party. We were very lucky. We had the heater as well, which we got from Bunnings, which I've still got because it's still a functional heater.
That heater was fine. That heater was.
It's a great heater, and we've got a little
yeah.
awning back veranda there. That may
Wasn't
come
it
in
like
handy
2 kilowatts though? Like
yeah, that could be handy in future winters as well. So we've still got that.
yeah.
But I don't want to throw it away. It's really funny. It's like a disposable thing is cheaper than a sturdy rental thing. It's like, well, I want to save money, but I feel really bad about just throwing away all this material. It's still usable. So I think if any of my friends ever go, oh, I'm doing this thing and I want my key in the backyard, and I go, okay, what I'll do is I'll give you this and you can just have it. And so long as there's no wind on the day of your party, you will be fine. But I feel confident in saying if you put this together and then there's some wind, you are kind of fucked.
Well, I mean, as long as like if you get those guide ropes down like really secure,
yeah,
like it'll survive like a sturdy breeze. But if it's gusty,
no, it was like a day or two after the party, because all the bits of the marquee were velcroed together. There was a very light aluminium pole frame with plastic stuff velcroed together. A day or two after it got very breezy, all the velcro bits started to come apart.
Yeah.
And I was like, okay, we need to just take this down because it's just going to fuck up. And we did. But over a day or two, we took it down and it's all ended up back in a box. It's fine. So I kind of want to give it to someone at some point because it could see.
Well, I can't make use of it
because you're in an apartment.
I've got a gay zebra that's falling apart. So that's gazebo.
Is it a black zebra with white stripes or a white zebra with black stripes?
Gift Best Layer, that is uniquely American. Mike Lindell's pillows. For people who don't know,
is that the My Pillow guy?
Yeah.
He's this super fucking weird, hyper conservative guy who has a internet site called My Pillow, which on theory sounds good, but it's just horseshit. And he's a weird Trump supporter and is very fucking strange.
He's a conspiracy theorist. Lunatic.
Yeah, no, he's a Fruit Loop. He's an absolute fucking fruit. And a whole bunch of retail outlets went like, yeah, we kind of don't want to condone what this guy does and we're going to stop stocking his product. And so this tiny fringe QAnon mobbing. Oh, it's political correctness. It's cancel culture.
Oh,
and everyone's
God.
like, no, he's just a fucking idiot, and we want nothing to do with him. Bomb fungus, you're still here. Fruit Loops are good.
The word woke has no meaning anymore.
I love the guy.
It's so overused.
The guy, whatever his name is, Godwin, who is responsible for Godwin's Law, which is regularly misquoted. It's from the 90s, from Usenet discussions. What he said was, any flame war on a news group that runs for a sufficiently long time, the likelihood of someone invoking Hitler approaches 1. In other words, it's like if there's a flame war, if people from different factions are fighting with one another, it is inevitable someone will call the other person Hitler.
Eventually, yeah.
Eventually. And it regularly... I like this misquote, but it is a misquote. People said, like, if you're in a flame war, the first person who invokes Hitler loses. It's like, as soon as you go, you're Hitler, you lost.
Yeah.
And that's not what Golden Core is. But a more recent one, that guy Godwin, who's on Twitter, is going like, I've used empirical analytical research to say anyone who uses woke as an insult is a fucking moron. I'm sorry, it's science. And it's just like...
Yeah. Also, when Trump was elected and actual Nazis started appeing, he actually came out of the woodwork because people were invoking, it's Godwin's law. It's not like they're alt-right, and he actually came out of the woodwork and said, no, they're actual Nazis. This isn't Godwin's law. They are actual Nazis. You are like, come on.
Yeah.
And
that's the thing.
Like, actual Nazis.
Happened here in Australia. People say, like, people like Blair Cottrell and whatnot. People, when I call them Nazis, people, you call everyone who you don't like Nazis. And you go, look, honestly, I may have made that mistake in the past of just saying people I don't like are Nazis. But there are certain people, tell them to take their shirt off because they've got a swastika tattoo. They celebrate Hitler's birthday. And it's just like, no, and you get fuckheads who go, no, you can't call someone Nazi unless they were in Germany in 1935.
Jesus.
You can make that argument, but these people have like swastika tattoos. They revere Adolf Hitler. They promote the same ideology. I don't know why you're defending them. It's kind of like the comedian Amar Rahman. He had this really funny routine. It's from quite a few years ago now about the whole punching Nazis thing. And and because he thinks punching Nazis is awesome. And he's got this whole routine where he's going like, punching Nazis is cool. And people say, the armor, no. Where does it stop? If you punch a Nazi, what happens after that? And he goes, I don't know. Punch another Nazi? It's just like... And they go, but where does it stop? Nazis. He goes, no, the big question
no more
is...
Nazis. That's where it stops.
He says, like, the big question is, why are you the occupational health and safety person for Nazi ideology? What the fuck is that about?
Oh my God. There's an amusing one that's going on with the anti-trans idiots. So that, at first it's turf, and they don't like that term. And so then
they coined it.
One is
again, the turfs originally coined that themselves.
Yeah. So gender critical is the that's
the current one, yeah.
No, it's not the current one.
Oh no, what's the current one?
It's starting to shift to sex realists. As if, they've never heard of race realists, which is just blatantly I'm a racist is what they're actually saying.
Yeah.
So saying I'm a sex realist just means you're a transphobe.
My favorite was a recent one on Twitter. Was I don't know who they were, but they were a fucking just freako transphobe. But they were like retweeting like a white supremacist, far right, anti-Semitic, racist freak because they happened to say something anti-trans, and someone said you might not want to be amplifying the far right just because they do this because they're dangerous people. And then this person went, well, I'm okay with the far right if they're protecting women. And then someone rightly pointed to them, oh, you know what? The first half of that sentence is the only bit that counts. When you said, I'm okay with the far right, that's the only bit that counts. Nothing you said after that means anything.
It's ironic because, you know, that whole sentence they said is very much what's been going on. That they've been getting in bed with the right-wing evangelicals who would, you know, because there are gay people who don't like trans people. That's what the TERFs are in
yes,
you know, sort of the LGB Alliance, which has a membership of what I think she said it was 63% was you know, cishet people.
Yeah.
Yeah. But when it comes to the anti-trans gay people, you know, they've got in bed with the right-wing evangelicals who would quite happily stone them to death for being homosexual if they could.
Yeah. But this is where you get the not an amorphous blob thing again. You definitely get gay people who are anti-trans. You also get gay people who are racist. You also get gay people who are misogynist. Some gay people are fucking awful. It's just a thing. Again, no group is an amorphous blob that has universal agreement. Although, yes, Safa, I will agree with you. Evangelicals are super scary. Again, the really scary fringe evangelicals, the doomsday accelerationists, the people who believe Armageddon is a positive thing because then they will all rise bodily into the kingdom of heaven. That is fucking terrifying. This fringe but powerful group of evangelicals who, whenever you say that thing will bring about the destruction of human civilization, they're actually all for it because it's like, then we will ascend bodily into the kingdom of heaven. It's like, fuck you. What the fuck is that about?
The Dominionists are the scary ones.
Christian Dominionists are scary as fuck.
And here's the thing. If one of them became US president, they could have this twisted idea in their head that God
launched the nukes,
so they could press that big red button and start World War III.
Yeah,
to bring about the apocalypse, and so that everyone can go to heaven, except for the bit I hate. Of course.
Gift Best Slayer. I think Milo Yiannopoulos. I think his latest grift, and because he's nothing but a con man, he's nothing but a grifter. I think his latest grift is he is ex-gay. I think that's his latest thing, that he's become a Christian and he is ex-gay. He has been saved from the immorality of his gay ways. Again, he is just a grifter, is just trying to make money from people. He's ridiculous and pointless and stupid. But yes. Okay, what time is it? Oh, it's only 11. Okay. I'm thinking I'm going to do something radical and have a non-alcoholic beverage.
Speaking of alcoholic beverages, I had some proper cocktails recently.
Nice.
And I don't mean, you know, the other ones weren't cocktails. They were just done by machine.
Yeah.
Whereas these ones, someone did it and had the shaker and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
So I ended up having 3 cocktails that were all different and handmade.
3 proper cocktails is enough to push you over the edge. That is enough to be really shit-faced.
Didn't really get me hard,
Yeah.
So I had something called a Morse code.
Oh, yeah.
And that wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
It was kind of like a bit lemony and bitter.
Yeah.
I think I had an old-fashioned, actually. Is it rum and kind of like cola?
No. An old-fashioned is very simple. It's a spirit and sugar and bitters. That's an old-fashioned. It's a very simple drink.
I can't remember what I had then.
Rum and Coke, maybe with lime. That might be a Cuba Libre.
No, I remember it being something that's been mentioned before here.
The simpler cocktails is an old fashioned or a sour, because a sour is a spirit, a citrus juice, and a sugar, which I had just a little while ago.
I remember it having 2 forms of rum, and one of them was like, precipitous rum or something. I can't remember what the word was, but some kind of special rum or something.
Yeah, but you can split the base as well. You can split the components.
But I just remember it being kind of like rum and Coke, kind of color wise.
Yeah.
And then the third one was a Bramley. Or I've forgotten the name of them now.
Yep, don't know what that is.
No.
Oh, Dr. Abigail's put like a knitted top on. Are you feeling cold?
I've been wearing this the whole time.
I've been drinking alcohol the whole time. So, yeah.
Oh, angry.
I just haven't seen you for a little while, so I didn't remember.
I was wearing this yesterday while I was playing the cat game as well. Wow.
Okay, I was possibly drinking alcohol then too.
Basically,
wow.
Effectively, what he's just admitted is outside of alcohol and his own opinion on whatever, he doesn't give a shit.
Yeah. All right. Gift Base Slayers wants to send me a funny bar joke. Yes, where do you want to send it?
Is it
I don't know.
An inanimate carbon rod? Oh no, that's more of a rod than a bar. An iron bar, copper bar, brass bar.
Oh, I've got a low bar for you. Again, it's low bar. It goes back to Donald Trump again. So again, the search warrant, they haven't actually said what was being got, other than it was documents, including classified documents, including documents that were so classified they couldn't even be listed for what they were.
Yes, they're not allowed to describe what the documents were.
Yeah.
Wow.
What are you doing, Mimsy?
Yeah, but anyway, so the right-wing media, including propaganda channel Fox News, they should unseal it. And of course, there's someone who has the ability to explain exactly what was on there, because he's got the receipt, and his name's Donald Trump.
Yeah.
And then there was the bit where he ended up in New York under oath, having to give a deposition. And despite saying like a few years ago, not that long ago, that pleading the fifth was a coward's way out, and
Trump.
Oh yeah. He, hang on. Did Trump display an act of hypocrisy?
Oh no, that's a shock. Yeah.
Oh,
but also,
what? I don't understand.
I'll throw out that it's someone refusing to talk to the cops. That's not an admission of guilt. That's just don't talk to the cops because they'll fuck you over. But yeah, Trump literally said anyone who pleads the Fifth Amendment is in, I don't want to say anything in case it incriminates me, they must be a criminal. And then while his obvious criminality is being investigated, he refuses to answer questions. It's like, oh, exactly as you say, Dr. Abigail. It's like, Trump was a hypocrite.
Yeah,
Mm.
Trump's biggest enemy is the ghost of Trump's past.
Yeah.
I love the thing. There's a thing on Twitter where people say there's always a tweet. Basically, every fucked thing that ever happened with Trump, there is a Trump tweet where Trump himself said, "If anyone does this, they're a shithead." And then you go, "Oh look, Trump did the actual thing where he said only shitheads do that thing."
Oh, Nettie wants to come in.
Oh, Nettie wants to join us, I think.
Hey.
Unless she's just asking me for a link to where Trump's a hypocrite, and Twitter just said just go on Google and say Trump is a hypocrite, and you'll get about 20 examples. But I'm assuming Nettie wants to join us, which would be super fun because I feel like I haven't seen Nettie on a stream for ages.
I saw Nettie on Wednesday.
In person?
Yeah. We
Lucky
went and got
you.
crepes.
Oh, crepes. Crepes is nice.
Oh, incidentally, the reason why I wasn't here last week is because I was getting my next laser hair removal session. Actually, had it this time, didn't turn up a day late.
Okay.
But I was up all night and I had about 4 hours sleep. And if I'd come and chatted with you, then I would have had 2.
No, you needed some R&R, I think, from the sense of that.
Fair.
And then I went out drinking with friends.
Oh, well, that sounds good.
Yeah.
And again, I might miss 1 or 2 streams next week because my sister is actually visiting Melbourne at the end of next week. And we might go out somewhere. I was discussing this with Mrs. Angry because we have not been going out. We have not been doing date nights out. We've been doing date nights at home because basically more than half of Melbourne's got fucking COVID at the moment. And so we're trying to avoid it. So we're going to think about it. We may go out or we may invite my sister and husband here, have dinner and cocktails here. But either way, yes, Nettie, I see you. Sorry, I was just finishing a sentence. Hey, gorgeous, how are you doing?
Hi, good.
Look at me, a thorn among the roses.
Okay, I didn't get called gorgeous when I turned up. What the fuck?
Sorry, but that's what I'm trying. Sorry, Laura. That's what I'm trying to say.
Also,
here I am, a thorn among the roses.
Laura, your voice it sounds croaky.
Yeah, I've had a cold since Tuesday.
Oh, sounds like a bad one.
Yeah, it's not been well. In fact, I'm barely holding on as I am. And when I say barely holding on, my head is kind of spinning in goo.
Oh, I know that.
I know that feeling with various illnesses
Oh.
that you're just not quite there.
So effectively, what I've got is like a head cold, snotty and coffee and, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
And when I go to bed, it'll all dribble onto one side, so I'll end up with one nostril that's clogged.
Oh, I hate that. I hate that so much.
Yeah.
And then when I get up for a while, it all just sits in my head and just feels like my brain's floating around in soup.
Yeah.
If I shake
so many colds.
If I was to shake my head right now, I'd probably feel like swaying. So yeah, it's almost like I've got.
I haven't had a cold like that for so long.
Yeah. It's caused a bit of dysphoria as well because
the voice is deep and croaky.
Yeah.
And also just to answer in the
like
chat,
Harley Davidson, and I don't like that.
Yeah, Safi. Yes, my sister does still live in Dubbo. About half my family still lives in Dubbo, and there's a few who are in different cities. But yeah, my sister, it might be a Labor Party thing. My sister and her husband are mad into politics and Labor Party things, so they might be here for a political thing. But yeah, she messaged me and said they were going to be here next weekend, and I said, "Yep, let's do it." And so yeah, I floated the idea with Mrs. Angry, like, should we go out somewhere and meet, or do we still think like every motherfucker in Melbourne is a filthy disease carrying monster, and we will maybe have dinner and cocktails at home.
Yeah, it's a
So-
hard one. Also, winter.
And yeah. So, and it's meant to be raining for the next week or so here in Melbourne anyway.
Oh,
So is Gift Pest Slayer wanted to join us? I don't know if that's working.
Hello, it's me.
Oh, you are there. Hello.
Yeah, see my profile picture.
What is that? That's
It's
really
micro.
tiny on my screen. I can't work out what it is.
I don't even know what that is, and it's big on my screen.
It's Doom Slayer, Doom guy from Doom Eternal.
Oh, there you go.
Oh,
I
okay.
thought it was a video game thing. Yeah, there we go.
Yeah. He's holding a very big
no,
sword.
stop that. Sorry.
Very big sword as opposed to a BFG. There you go.
Well,
Right.
yeah, he's got a VFG, but he's not holding that right now in the picture.
Again, I've always loved that sort of juvenile sense of humor in the Doom games that they had a big fucking gun. So-
Yeah, and elongated muskrat tried to create something called the Big Fucking Rocket. Never
Well,
worked.
That pussy is definitely dead.
yeah.
Yeah, notice how I called him elongated muskrat.
I do like both Safra and Megaleech picked that was a Doom guy in your icon, but
Also, as Doom Guy once said, there's no ethical consumption under capitalism.
that's true. Sorry, that's just making me laugh. That's making me flash back to the Netflix series The Good Place, which starts as this goofy oh, the afterlife is weird and messed up, and by the end of it, it was this radical leftist. There is no ethical consumption under capitalism ideology. It was just like it was a very fun show for anyone who hasn't watched it. I thoroughly recommend. Go watch The Good Place. It runs for about 5 seasons, I think. Ugh. But it certainly it does have some very fun things about the afterlife and philosophy and metaphysics and morality, and then eventually it just becomes this big critique of capitalism, which is pretty goddamn funny.
Can I just point out something
There's
for you,
one-
Nettie?
Sorry, Laura, what are you putting out?
I'm thinking that if Nettie drops dead, that'll be what the cat will do to her.
Oh, Nettie.
Yeah.
Sorry. Yeah, it's become a cat stream. We're all bringing our cats onto stream.
I'm not bringing my cat onto the stream.
Zorro keeps. He likes the big teddy bears. He likes to molest them. This is what he's doing here.
I only have. Oh my god! He literally does seem to be.
Oh, Will's
does
cat
seem
does
to be
that
doing
too.
something non-consensual
Yeah.
to that teddy bear. I only have female cats, so it's a bit more subdued here. Oh, that's sorry. No, okay. I feel like we're going to be breaching community standards on the live streaming with that. That's
Apparently, it's a comfort thing, not a sex thing. It looks
Correct.
That's something to do with, like, there's a theory that that's kittens needing the teats on their mother. I don't know.
Yeah.
Animals are weird, and the race memory of animals is weird.
Katie doesn't like it when you do that.
Because, like, our cats were both, they did not have another cat raise them. We had them as kittens and they were raised by humans and they were raised indoors, but they still have predatory instincts, which I find fascinating. Like, when I first watched them look at a bird or something in the backyard with a clearly predatory fascination, I was like, okay, that's really freaky because no one's taught them that. they just have this instinct. That looks like something I want to kill. And it was just like,
Yeah. One time, when Ali was a wee baby, like under 1, we lived next to an area. We were living next to wetlands, sort of, that had been turned into a park, and that had also, for some reason, people dumped their kittens there. So there were a huge amount of strays, and we just ended up with all these kittens. Yeah, and there were, I think, 7 cats. 2 of them were adult, but the rest were like adolescent cats. And a bird got caught in the house. And it was scary. It was scary. All 7 of them were like, yo, fucking what? And they all started going towards this poor bird that's beating the shit out of its own head, trying to get through the window.
yeah.
We had to like tiptoe over the cats and open the window to let the bird out. And it took ages for the bird to work it out because it had given itself, a little bit of concussion, I think. But bloody hell, 7 cats, all staring at this poor little bird. It was scary. I thought they might like all jump on me just for spooking them.
Much to my surprise, Mimsy recently basically caught a pigeon. Mrs. Angry's lad has developed this weird thing recently with rescuing injured or troubled pigeons. Like he put one on the stream a little while back. He was holding it, but Mimsy actually apparently like caught one in the backyard about a month ago, which blows my mind because she's the shittest hunter in the world.
How the hell did she do that?
I don't know. Because I've watched.
My answer is very simple.
Yeah.
Shittest hunter in the world meets the shittiest pigeon in the world.
It must have been a really shit pigeon. Yeah. Because I've watched her. Birds are in the backyard, various birds, and she does this crouch, like this hunter crouch. And it's like she's saying, I could just fucking go. And the birds are going, no, you won't. It's just like, they can't be fucked. They don't even fly away. They're just on the ground just going, I don't even have to fly away because you're not going to do a goddamn thing.
Do you know what my favorite cat thing is? When they're just getting ready, they're like, and they do this,
and they do the wiggle thing. Yeah.
Jiggle, don't they? They're like,
the butt wiggle. Yeah.
Yes.
Wasn't there was a Hanna-Barbera cartoon about catching pigeons in the 80s, wasn't there?
Oh,
Was
probably.
That sounds weird.
Catch the
wasn't
pigeons.
that what was it called? Not Crazy Cars, with Muttley. What was it called? Wacky Races.
Oh, Wacky Races.
Yeah.
Stop the pigeon. Stop the pigeon.
That's the one.
And there's one about lions in a zoo, and they were always escaping and having shenanigans, making a fool of the zookeepers. Hair Bear Bunch.
With that one. The Hair Bear Bunch.
Yeah, that was it.
Slightly before my time.
I'm less familiar with that one. Because the Wacky Races was on the Banana Splits. I was like,
Banana Splits, yes. Na 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 na.
What?
And Dr. Abigail's like, what the fuck is that?
Yeah, the ABC repeated that a million times. 4 banana, 3 banana, 2 banana,
the only thing I watched on ABC was like Doctor Who and the Curiosity Show and
oh god,
I
think there's some
Infinity
great
Limited. I think was on Channel 7. I don't know what else was on Behind the News.
Shell's Neighborhood. That's the
Oh yeah, Shell's Neighborhood. I remember that. Yeah.
Shell's Neighborhood
Right,
was
I'm
wild
sorry.
because Shirley Strawn, who was the lead singer of Skyhawks, so for 10 years
Yep.
was this mad sort of sexual clown theater drug addled shit, and he's just gone, you know what I should do? I should run a kids show for a couple of years.
Yeah. But it worked.
Oh,
You
Shell's
sang that
Neighborhood was
song,
a
you won't be
great
like
It
show.
was
this
genuine.
bed.
It was genuinely entertaining for kids.
No, Shell's Neighborhood was very good. Claude the Crow. Claude the Crow was fucking hilarious. He was their version of Oscar the Grouch. He was Claude the Crow was great.
Didn't he have Aggro? Was Aggro on that show?
No, Aggro was Cartoon
No.
Connection.
Really? Oh,
We talk,
okay.
what program is this?
Oh, these are sorry, we're just shouting out
Yeah.
random Australian TV kids shows that had
Oh, weird.
Muppets and whatnot on them.
For those of you in Australia, is it just you who's from Australia? Angry?
No, Abigail and Nettie. In fact, we're not just in Australia. We're all in Melbourne.
I'm
Laura's in
the
Melbourne,
odd one out of the rest.
Well, I'm from the United States, so.
and you're in the US. So there's a bit of diversity here.
Yeah,
But
the imperial and colonial core of the world, meaning it's the worst.
Yeah. Oh shit! Yeah, sorry. Safa saying aerobics Oz style before cheese.
As
TV.
I was saying,
Oh.
you were okay. So since you're from Australia, since some of you are from Australia, do you remember what's his name? Rolf Harris.
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
Oh.
Oh.
Rolf,
Oof.
who was a big bit of Australian culture, and now we realise he'd been sexually assaulting young women for several decades, and it's just like, oh no,
Yeah.
oh
He
no.
was our Jimmy Seville. Don't
Yeah.
know as bad as Jimmy Seville.
But again, he was, you know, actually, and this after the story initially broke, it didn't get much more coverage. But when people in the Australian media were kind of said, okay, now we're sort of getting honest about who was a sexual predator in the entertainment industry, who was the worst, it was Don fucking Burke.
Yeah.
Everyone in
Gotcha.
Australian media, Rolf Harris was nothing compared to Don Burke. He was a serial
Who'd have
violent
thought?
abuser.
Really? He
Yeah.
was worse than
Do you remember Peter Scully?
Who's Peter Scully?
He was so fucking terrible. He was originally he started in Australia, but he operated in the Philippines.
Oh.
As soon as you say someone then moved to the Philippines, you go, okay, I know what they are. I know
Yeah, they
exactly
were
what
responsible
they're
for
doing.
creating something that was first thought to be an urban legend, but was later revealed to be true.
Oh, we actually, Jesus, we have an MP at the moment, George Christensen, who is about yay close to being revealed to doing some super fucking dodgy shit in the Philippines.
Yeah.
He stayed just above criminal prosecution for a couple of years, but there are indications his time's running out. But Jesus. No, as soon as anyone gets in, and then they did this thing into Southeast Asia, and you just go like, oh, okay.
Oceania, but yeah.
Yeah, we know what their thing is. And actually, that also falls in with what Bill Hayden said about Paul Keating as well.
There's another one, which is Gary Glitter. Is another one.
Oh no, Gary Glitter is he's a convicted pedophile. He's
and one of the things that really
he's still in prison.
Yeah, one of the things that gets me is that I'll watch Fly American Football, and you'll hear in the background some of the music from that. Dang, ba-dang, ba-dang.
There is that one particular Gary Glitter song that is often used. Like it was in the Joker movie that hey
Yeah, that's the
And so
one.
people said, was that a good idea to put in the movie because you're actually going to be giving money to Gary Glitter by using that? And I was just like,
Does anyone remember what's his name? Fucking Jimmy Page, the guitarist for Led Zeppelin, because he was
Led
found.
Zeppelin?
was he one of
found.
the ones in the baby group he seen in the 70s?
I think he was involved with groupies. Yeah.
Yeah, because there was a bunch of really, really high profile rock people.
And then there was also Jimmy Savile.
Oh no, God, nothing gets worse than Jimmy Savile.
No,
Yeah.
nothing gets worse than Jimmy Savile, because not only that, he wormed his way into, mental health hospitals and molested people there. Oh, and also into morgues and molested people there.
And that was the thing, and that was an open secret. You look at the history, like there was a Sex Pistols interview in the late 70s where Johnny Rotten is basically saying, you're criticizing us, but what about Jimmy Savile? We all know what he really did. And that was in the 70s. And it continued for 2 more decades.
My mum went to see... she was only 16 at the time, and she went to Manchester because they were doing the Top of the Pops episode there. And afterwards there was suggestion about going somewhere, and my mum was with her friend. The friend wanted to go, and my mum said no, he gives me the creeps.
It's the weird thing. The thing we know beyond a doubt, Jimmy Savile was a serial sexual predator, pedophile, gross as fuck. The thing that is almost confirmed is where he was raising all that money for hospitals. It's so he could interfere with both juvenile patients in the hospital and the morgue, as was immortalized in a short story from the guy who wrote Train Spotting. And this is a short story he wrote in the 90s about a celebrity who was raising money for hospitals so he could sodomize corpses in the morgue. And there was that was in the 90s. And that was like an open secret that he was writing about Jimmy Savile, even though he didn't call it Jimmy Savile in the story because it was fictional. But the really big thing, Jimmy Savile at one point interviewed and defended the Yorkshire Ripper, Peter Sutcliffe, a serial killer. And someone did a bit of investigation and showed at the point where Peter Sutcliffe committed murders, Jimmy Savile was on tour. He was in the same city where Peter Sutcliffe was murdering someone. So there is a literal non-zero chance that on top of everything else, Jimmy Savile was an actual serial killer. And it was like, and he was being protected by the establishment. He was protected by the BBC, by the media, by politicians, mostly Tories, but also Labour, and also by the royal family. He was courted by the royal family of England. The entire establishment of England protected Jimmy Savile while he was a serial predator. That is just fucked. That is so...
it's one of the things that I found really interesting because, a lot of people think, there's so many more nowadays. And it's like, no, there really aren't. The reality is that these days, instead of in the old days where you might say to your kids, don't go near Uncle Alan, he's not right, stay away.
Yeah.
These days, the family would chop them in. They would basically, tell the police that their uncle or their brother or whatever, has touched kids or whatever. We just don't stand for it anymore. We don't hide it anymore.
Well, you hope that, but yeah, there are.
And then there's Prince Andrew.
Yeah, and there's Jeffrey. What's his name?
Epstein.
Epstein. And again, how does the Jizz? And I know she doesn't pronounce her name Ghislaine. I like to pronounce it Ghislaine because I'm sure that would annoy her.
Yeah, well, the thing about Jeffrey Epstein is that there's a guy on PragerU who has the same last name as him, Alex Epstein or Epstein.
Yeah.
This guy thinks climate change, like acts like climate change doesn't exist.
Ugh.
Could
you
Yeah,
imagine
this guy hosted a video called "Why You Should Love Fossil Fuels."
So he just randomly
Wow.
made me think. Could you imagine if your name was Jeffrey Epstein, and you were just?
I went to.
Yeah. It would be
I
horrible.
went to high school with a guy named David Epstein, and he eventually went on to become minor league notorious in politics.
Oh yeah.
In the 2000s, something to do with the federal police, I think, but
Wasn't
not as a
aware.
cop, as a politician.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to try and have a big life with a name
I went to
like
school. I went to school, Michael.
But yeah, I've tried to Google his name, but I just don't I haven't found any news about him. So, like, maybe my Google foo wasn't that strong, or he just wasn't that popular.
I have an interesting question. I have an interesting question. Can you still get charged? Oh, no, actually, does diplomatic immunity still apply if and when you commit an act of terrorism or even treason?
It's complicated. The whole idea of diplomatic immunity is complicated. Theoretically, a diplomat in a foreign country can't be charged with a crime, but if you're up to some nasty shit, they will find a way to get rid of you. And if you are, up to the point of, fomenting terrorism and something, talking about if there was a foreign diplomat in the US instigating terrorism, the CIA would just kill them. It's just like, they don't fuck around. So yeah, in simple terms, there is a recognized bit in most countries that foreign diplomats can't be prosecuted under the law of the land. But by the same token, if a foreign diplomat pushes it too far and is known to be breaking some quite egregious laws, they'll either fucking leave the country or something's going to happen to them.
And they have their diplomatic status revoked.
Yeah. And so it's like they either have to fuck off back to their own country or something's going to happen to them.
But they won't get in prison.
Yeah. But yeah, if someone
they'll never work in that position of power again.
But let's say in absolutely extreme cases, if there was a belief that people in a foreign embassy were really actively involved in terrorism in one country, the country would probably go to the extreme of revoking the protection of the embassy, and then those people either leave the fucking country or they all get arrested. But broadly, it's just like, and there's theoretically a good basis for diplomatic immunity in that.
Historically, diplomats would get killed a lot.
Yeah, you can't fuck around with the diplomats from another country. You need to respect that they are the envoys of another country, so you can't fuck around with them. But of course, as soon as you say like, okay, so you can't prosecute this person under the laws of the land, a bad actor may then do quite bad things and say, well, you can't touch me because of diplomatic immunity. But you get things where the government says, okay, fuck off, get the fuck out of the country. If you're not out of the country in 48 hours, we're going to fucking arrest you. We're revoking your diplomatic status. And that does happen. Normally it's theater more than anything else. They go like, okay, we don't like you, get out of the country, and they leave before anything happens. But yeah,
but I do think you are legally allowed to kill a diplomat in self-defense if they try killing you.
If you okay, now you're getting into weird territory. This is where we need AIDSy in here.
This
when
is
he
the
got
wrong YouTube channel for this.
Yeah,
You need to be on Legal Eagles channel.
yeah. I also want to bring in where AIDSy
Goodbye.
got shot by Iraqis before it was cool. Which
Yeah.
was back in the 90s, before even the first Gulf War. AIDSy was living in Canberra, where all the foreign embassies are, and the word got around with him and his more than a touch criminal mates that the Iraqi embassy was growing a bunch of weed on the grounds, and so they climbed the fence and were trying to steal the weed from the grounds. And
weed is good.
They tripped a burglar alarm, and
weed is amazing.
They got shot at, and so they ran. And when they were climbing the wall, AIDSy actually caught a bullet in his thigh from these guys who were shooting at him.
Yeah.
So that was the joke. He got shot by Iraqis before it was cool. So but it's a thing. Oh, we got a different kitty now, Nettie.
Yeah, it's a Pounce.
I only ever have the one cat on the stream. Mimsy comes in for pats. Shadow is just super fucking weird and hides. Shadow's actually probably on the bed because Mrs. Angry's in bed. So
has anyone ever seen Mr. Plinkett's movie reviews from Red Letter Media?
Yeah, I watched those.
I just remember there's a part where like he says like, this is what they call filler, and it's nowhere near as good as the kind they put in Twinkies. I liked my cat. That's what he said. Like he just says it out of nowhere.
Hey Abigail, I noticed you're wearing your new cardigan.
I am. It's very comfy.
You look very happy with it.
She's worn it twice, and Angry didn't notice.
Oh, shut up. Shut up.
Because he's an oblivious male.
This is his male who doesn't notice clothes.
Yep.
Have you been watching
Angry.
Legal Heights talk about the Marilyn Manson case?
I'm kind of just
that's
like...
going to be ugly.
That's going to be just a shit show.
It's going to be real bad.
I've watched a little bit, but I'm not really all that tuned into it, to be honest.
The whole thing about anti-slap laws and discovery and what you're allowed to tell and not tell and demand during discovery and stuff. It's
anti-what laws?
Slap.
It's anti-slap laws.
SLAPP. It's an acronym. It's they're basically laws to stop frivolous suing of people.
Yeah,
it's a US thing. It's not an Australian thing.
It's an American
It's
thing.
also something about protecting freedom of speech, protecting against suing people who are just
disagreeing with
exercising their freedom of speech and expression.
Right. It's worth noting that freedom of speech is not freedom from criticism or consequences.
Yeah.
Sure.
So there's
and also, well, not only that, like whenever right wing people are expressing their so-called freedom of speech, they don't the only backlash they get is like they get deserved backlash. Whereas people like freaking Colin Kaepernick, whenever they're expressing their right to freedom of speech, people always shit on them.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right wing reactionaries are like, Colin Kaepernick's anti-American. He's a traitor, or he's anti-patriotic. Like, shut the fuck up.
Yes, you do get that creepy right-wing hypocrisy where their version of freedom and whatnot is.
Well, they don't. Well, the right doesn't like black people.
Yeah, But they also say I should be able to do anything with no repercussions, and anyone I don't like should be absolutely repressed from doing anything that upsets me.
Here's essentially what the right wing likes. The right wing believes in a nutshell: stop oppressing me so I can oppress other people.
Really,
yeah.
The Republicans should change their name to the Irresponsibles.
That's actually the name of a band.
Is it?
Yes, it is.
It should be the Irresponsible Party because they are. They're just.
No, it should be called the. It should be called the. I don't know. The Republican Party.
Republicans.
Republicans.
No, Nettie had it right. Republicans.
Well, no, I took out the L. And it's just Republican.
It works too. Yeah.
There was my favorite little bit of lawyery stuff recently was the Alex Jones thing, where his own lawyer, his own defense,
yeah,
a copy of his phone, its entire phone record.
So funny.
And despite saying I never said that, it's like, here's your record that your fucking idiot lawyer sent me, demonstrating that you weren't telling the truth when you said that. You committed perjury. Oops.
Yeah, Alex Jones is so fucked at this point.
Oh yeah.
Like his career is going like straight into the shitter.
He's had court findings of tens of millions of dollars against him. So he's trying to declare bankruptcy to avoid paying, but of course, all his phone records got accidentally turned over, and so it's kind of like, oh yeah, so you trying to hide your actual money is an additional criminal offense, and you're prosecuted for that. Again, fuck that guy. Like weaponizing lies and hate should be punished.
And then there's another layer of excellence out of this story, is because he was in front of the 6th of January committee and pled the 5th, and so now that that record has been gotten, the 6th committee have requested it, so now that they'll be able to see exactly what he was saying to Trump.
Yes, we live in interesting times.
Yeah, so effectively, Alex Jones is going to screw over Trump with the 6th of January Commission thing. It's all.
A long time ago.
It's all like a whole series of bricks.
A long time ago, I had this theory about Alex Jones and InfoWars that it was before Trump tried for the White House, that InfoWars was actually being funded by Russia, because their bullshit news it's a lot like Russia Today.
Yeah.
Did you ever watch Russia Today?
Yeah.
Well, it certainly was back then, at the time that I had this theory.
Russia Today is RT, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Alex Jones's thing has always just been to sell shit to idiots. As I found that like 10 years ago, as with AZ, we went through a period of researching conspiracy theories. And again, 10 years ago, they were so much less extreme than they are now.
And we thought they were extreme at the time.
Yeah, they were extreme at the time. But we looked at the websites, particularly the InfoWars one, and it was just wall-to-wall ads of them selling shit. And we were going, oh, all of it is just a pretense to suck a particular sort of fucking moron in and then sell them ridiculous shit, health supplements. And again, when streaming wasn't such a big thing, Alex Jones was selling a lot of DVDs. They would make these they'd make a new DVD 2 or 3 times a year about, the coming Armageddon, Book of Revelation. And he was making a lot of money selling these DVDs 10 or 15 years ago. And it was really weird. It was like when you look at it and go, okay, what's the underlying thing here? And you go, oh, he's just selling shit. The ideology, the news, the hate, all of that is just a veneer. The actual purpose is selling shit.
Yeah. It's also worth noting. It's also worth noting that you know how the right likes to claim they're not offended by anything or they're not scared of anything, yet they get scared or offended by women that are bigger than them.
Yeah, I do love. There was a tweet from years ago that just cracked me up, and I love it because it's an evergreen. Someone going like, "Oh, yes, everyone's too sensitive these days. That's why I only make jokes about heterosexual white men, the one group who could never be upset or offended." And it's just like, and that tweet, just the replies to it, all this incandescently angry heterosexual white men, and it was just like, yeah, guys, you fucking missed it. You took the bait. And,
Yeah.
There was the one a few years ago with what do you call them? Shavers.
Gillette.
Oh, Gillette.
Yeah, they got offended over Gillette. They got offended over Nike with I mean, Nike is a terrible company, but it's not because of Colin Kaepernick.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that's incidental.
The comical part was, sort of like,
Stop that.
pro LGB or whatever it was, like LGBT. And I'm never going to buy Gillette again. And, sort of the thing is, seemingly, Gillette don't sell well to people with thin or delicate skin. What was it? Sensitive skin or sensitive, It was quite funny at the time. I'm going to go in a moment. I just want to share something with you. So I created some scenery for Modern Warfare. So for the War Games Club I'm in, and I thought you might see how it turned out. And then I got a bit of a joke.
Sorry, I thought that was a giant fake poo at first.
Made out of blocks of foam, cut, and then
yeah,
dries paint, and that's what it looked like when it was done, and that's what it looked like on the battlefield.
Oh, neat.
So yeah, it came out quite nice.
Wow.
And then I'm going to leave you with this, which I thought was great.
Oh, yeah. That one with the.
Oh my god! What on earth was that supposed to be? So
that was a joke in. That was the joke in one of the Hangover movies with Mike Tyson in it, and he's miming it, and he gets so into it he like punches someone and knocks them out.
I actually saw after seeing that meme, and I thought it was funny that I saved it. I then looked it up, and then ended up watching some reaction videos. And you could see there's a couple of young black guys, and they're like sort of slowly going with the slow music, and you all the build up and everything. And when it does that, they're like, "Oh," kind of thing. It was quite cool to watch. And then you've got the other ones where they've seen it before.
Yeah.
They saw it before. This isn't fresh. This isn't, that'll make a good reaction video. I'll do me reacting to that, even though you've already seen it. It's not a proper reaction. It's a re-reaction.
Yeah.
As well. Anyway, my voice is going funny.
Yeah, you're getting croakier. Yeah.
Yeah.
My head is spinning and I'm sweating badly. By the way, my top looks great with this.
So you keep saying.
I know. Happy about it.
I have some funny facts. Do you know what jazz is called in Star Wars?
Jizz.
Yep.
Is that what the Cantina band plays? Jizz.
Yes.
Yes.
Nice. Sorry.
Yep.
I'm getting another.
George Lucas, what's wrong with you, man?
Well, actually, there's a video it by this guy on YouTube who he basically goes over why it's called that. It's not. It has actually. It's going off by the usage that predates the sexual slang usage.
Well, I don't think they would have called it jizz in any term if they knew there was a negative connotation.
Well, no, I'm sure they knew. It's just they weren't calling it. I don't think they were calling it because of that, and it wasn't. It's not called that in any of the movies. It's called that in the expanded universe.
It's yeah, no. I honestly I've never heard that reference before that they called it jizz, but I'm also not surprised now that we're saying it. But
unfortunately, I have.
George Lucas, weird guy.
Yeah.
It's a weird. Although I have to admit, okay, of the various Disney Star Wars TV shows, the next one, Andor, which is like a prequel to Rogue One, which is far and away the best of the new wave Star Wars films, I'd argue is possibly the best of all Star Wars films, just how they do it. But it's like a prequel where Andor comes into the Resistance, and it's interesting because they've got, I've forgotten the character's name, but it's the one Forrest Whitaker plays, who's regarded as
Saul Guerrero.
Saul Guerrero, that's it. Who's regarded as an extremist by other people in the rebellion because he's just gone with, nah, fuck it, man, by any means necessary. So I'm very intrigued. I'm hoping they do it well because it's the whole, it's supposed to be like a spy type thing. It's just like people surreptitiously trying to start a rebellion. And I mean, it was my favorite thing about Rogue One, that it focused on, it was not about the glorious grand narrative, the epic stuff. It was the people who were down in the dirt and the trenches whose lives were fucked up by war. And to the point where Andor killed someone on his own side because the guy was injured, and when the Imperials were coming after them, this guy wasn't going to escape. And Andor's like, they're going to catch you, and they're going to torture you, and you're going to tell them things. I have to kill you before they get you. And it's just, and the same thing with Saul Guerrero doing really extreme things because of what he believed was necessary in the fight against the Empire. I'm really hoping they delve into that, you know, war is just shit. And no matter what side you're on, people are going to do terrible things while thinking they're right to do terrible things, because they're so sure the enemy must be defeated at any cost. And that's true. I mean, even just sticking to 20th century wars, World War II, and even not even getting contentious with things like Korea or Vietnam or whatever. World War II. I've read enough sort of memories of veterans of the Allies who went and they saw and did things that they're like, I'm not going to talk about what actually happened, because in the midst of war, shit happened that was so fucking bad. If you tell people with no context what happened, they'll never forgive you. And it's just because war is innately fucking horrible. And the good guys do terrible things because, well, the other side are the bad guys. So what you do to the bad guys doesn't matter because they're bad guys. But the trouble is the bad guys think they're the good guys. So what they do is always excusable because, well, the other side is terrible. So we're just doing the right. And it's just like, and that was the strength of Rogue One. So I hope Andor has that stuff in it, that the rebels do fucked up shit in their fight against the Empire, because the Empire is truly terrible. And You're not going to beat them by saying pretty please. No oppressed people ever were released from oppression by appealing to the better nature of their oppressors. That just doesn't happen. So terrible fucking things happen when oppressed people rise up. Terrible things happen when people resist oppressors. It's just the nature of things. But also, it's Disney on Star Wars on Disney, and why am I getting so heavy? It's just like, it's hopefully it'll just be fun to watch, and it will be fun to watch. But who knows? Also, She-Hulk starts in about a week, and it seems like they're leaning heavily into the satire side of it, because again, all these weird fucking misogynist dickheads on the internet who aren't actual comic fans. She-Hulk was a weird. She-Hulk was a weird spoof they came up with in the 80s. And it was She-Hulk was always weird and silly and ridiculous. It was always some weird fucking spoof. And it seems like this Disney Plus series is leaning quite heavily into the satire side of it. So I'm hoping it's just really silly. I'm hoping it's really silly and fun. Because the little teasers and trailers I've seen seem like, yep, they seem fully aware the source material is ridiculous and they're just going with it. They're just leaning heavily into this is fucking ridiculous. Because it was just some weird 80s joke. And it was just like... So I want to see the cancelled Batgirl. Maybe.
Yeah. Oh,
cancelled Batgirl?
Well, there was they shot a whole film,
whole movie
of Batgirl, and they're doing reshoots. And then the studio just decided what they've seen, this movie's unsalvageable, and they're never going to release it. And again, when you see the sort of movies that are released, you have to go,
yeah,
really?
I want to see the cancelled Batgirl movie, but the butthole cut.
I was about to say we are definitely going to get into the butthole cut. Release the butthole version, you coward. That was a joke about cats. You know that terrible
anything with cats. Yeah.
There was a rumor went around. There was a version where the cats had digital buttholes. And
then they had to remove them.
And the studio went, no, you're not doing that. So people were just on Twitter going, release the butthole version, you cowards.
I'm going to make myself some food. I'll be back in a sec.
Good idea. I still haven't seen that Cats movie, but it seems stupid as fuck.
It's not a great show. Look, I went to see Cats.
Yeah.
When I was a teenager with my mum. Yeah. And there were one or two really good songs, but it really wasn't that great. I don't know why everyone got so excited.
It's a very, very weird concept.
It is, and it's just not that good. It's not a great idea.
Inspired by a C.S. Lewis poem, and I'm sure he was probably on fucking mushrooms when he wrote it. But
C.S. Lewis, or was it T.S. Eliot?
No, sorry, T.S. Eliot. You're correct, Nettie. Yeah. Sorry.
Yeah. You know, it's a weird lie I've heard spread around about welfare and all that.
Yeah.
The idea that Social Security is a Ponzi scheme.
Oh, no. Yeah, no, I agree with you. Social Security is a base thing that any decent functioning society should have. It's just like there should be something.
Yeah, without it, people would be dead with it. People would literally be dying without it.
Everyone pays into a thing that supports the people who need support because...
Such as myself.
Any decent system should support the people who need to be supported. Like the old anarchist ideal is from everyone according to their abilities.
From each according to their needs, each according to their ability.
To everyone according to the needs. So people contribute as much as they're able to contribute, and which does mean some people will contribute more than others, but there's also some people are disadvantaged and required more support. So that's the old anarchist ideal. You contribute as much as you can and you get the support you require. And it isn't the same for everyone because people aren't the same.
Social Security was made by one of our better presidents, one of our best ones. It was what's his name? Was
it Roosevelt?
Yeah, it was Roosevelt. Franklin D. Roosevelt.
Yeah.
God, I really wish we had more presidents
still angry about the New Deal, like almost a century later. I've seen commentary with people who are still angry about FDR's New Deal, even though it dragged the country out of the Depression. It was wild. But again, you get people...
It let black people live.
Yeah. It does seem worse on the right. There are people on the left who do it as well, but it seems way worse on the right. People who are so wedded to an ideology that reality and objectively provable stuff doesn't matter to them because it falls outside their ideology. Like the FDR New Deal, again, dragged America out of the Depression, which globally pulled everyone out of the Depression and protected the most vulnerable people and whatnot. And you still get these right-wingers who are angry about it because it's against their ideology. And they go, no, but look at the result. No, I don't want to look at the result. Ideologically, I oppose it. And it's just like, well, you're kind of fucked then? I don't know.
Yeah.
It's just some fucked up shit.
Social Security is not a pyramid scheme or Ponzi scheme.
No, it's properly administered. It's
we need more of it actually.
Oh yeah, absolutely. A social safety net is a mandatory thing in any
functional society, and free healthcare should be free as well.
Yeah, the idea that people's health outcomes are dictated by their wealth is
disgusting.
A fucking abomination.
The rich are the biggest abomination on the planet.
Yeah.
They commit some of the worst crimes ever. Sorry.
They have this weird idea that society is too complicated now. And, people who were sick weren't looked after in the old days, sort of thing. And, well, I can tell you, like, traditional societies do look after their sick. Mm. They do. They don't let people die willy-nilly. They just don't have the same technology.
Yeah. There's a book that's a real eye-opener. I'm listening to the audio book at the moment. It's called The Dawn of Everything. These two guys who've reassessed a lot of the historical ideas about society. And they've just basically, and they're very open about when there's stuff we cannot possibly know the ins and outs of how this older society worked. But we can look at what had become accepted wisdom and really clearly point out, well, that's clearly bollocks for this reason. We have this thing. But I thoroughly recommend it. I'm probably only halfway through it, but it's very mind-expanding and good at helping you think outside of, conventional wisdom. It's called The Dawn of Everything. Really worth a read, or in my case, a listen to, because I'm listening to the audiobook. It just really assessing just on the evidence how sort of prehistorical societies actually worked, or more prominently, looking at what had been the accepted view on cheers, how these things worked, and basically showing how a lot of these accepted ideas are demonstrably wrong, because there's quite solid evidence that it's just not the case. And they actually take it. They're in the 20th century. There were kind of two dominant ideas. There's a French philosopher, Rousseau, who basically said humans lived in this perfect Garden of Eden-like state, and then agriculture came along and fucked it all up and introduced hierarchies. And then there was the right-wing view, championed originally by a guy called Hobbes, who's the one who coined the phrase of prehistoric life was nasty, brutish, and short. He's basically saying historical societies were violent and awful and terrible, and then hierarchies came along and fixed everything.
That's a lie.
Yeah, so there's the left-wing view that we were fine until hierarchies fucked everything up, and there's the right-wing view that everything was fucked up until hierarchies brought order. And these guys have looked at the historical things and said, the actual history you have does not support either of those views. And so, because what both of them tend to ignore, both of them tend to assume that these societies that were around thousands of years ago weren't as complex as ours now, or weren't even as complex as Middle Ages European things. Like, there's this assumption that these indigenous societies didn't have philosophers and scientists, and they weren't thinking about the world and how they were and how things could be different. And they're just saying
they actually did.
That's just dumb. Assuming people in these earlier societies didn't think, they didn't have complex philosophical thought.
It's racist.
It's ridiculous. Yeah, that's what you're saying. It's just ridiculous. And it's both the left-wing noble savage idea and the right-wing nasty savage idea. Both of those are working on this assumption that these older societies weren't as complex as ours. They're assuming these people didn't have political thought and philosophical thought. And they go like, I'm sorry, we actually have all these bits of evidence that suggest these people had complex philosophical and political ideologies. But it's very interesting. Like I said, I'm only about halfway through it. It's real thought-provoking. And so I recommend it. The Dawn of Everything, if you want something that makes you question the whole world.
Nobody showed me we watched a video, a documentary about this. It was wonderful, really steampunk-looking gadget that was dug up, and after a lot of dating it, carbon dating, and all this sort of thing, they They worked out what the design was and what the hieroglyphics were on it and all this sort of thing. They worked out it was some sort of. It was basically the world's first computer by Pythagoras, and that's ancient Greece. That's 3,000 years before Jesus.
Yeah.
I remember
5,000 years ago.
when they dug that up.
Yeah,
I remember reading about
it's an amazing documentary. It's like Doctor Who dropped something from his pocket and didn't realize, on his adventures, and went, "Oh, oops!" You would not expect this gadget about this big, with all these interconnected wheels and pulleys and things, levers and stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know what they're called, and they had very specific number of divots in them, and I don't remember what it was working out, but it was something astrological.
But you get that in multiple societies around the world, and again, stuff from thousands of years ago, where there's a complex structure, and there's like an altar right in the middle of it, and sunlight only hits that one day of the year. And it's like the complexity required to build this thing with all these catacombs and mazes and little windows and at a central point, sunlight only hits it on one day of the year. It's like the complexity of the understanding of how things work to put that in place is amazing.
Yeah.
To be fair, it wasn't it wasn't Turing complete. It wasn't a true computer. It was a glorified calculator. But
calculator. Okay, so I probably should have said.
But the fact that they made it like humans made it 5,000 years ago.
Yeah, a complex understanding of mathematics.
Yeah. It's nothing short of astonishing.
It's astonishing that it got lost and there wasn't more
lots of things got lost.
Yeah.
The Chinese invented gunpowder, lost the recipe for gunpowder, and then the Europeans invented gunpowder and then sold gunpowder back to the Chinese.
Yeah. I was watching a SciShow video on YouTube today, like 5 things we forgot. And it was like stuff that was, for the time, seems like quite advanced. And then for various reasons, we forgot how to do it. And they were actually tracing how we forgot various things. And there was like gunpowder. An interesting one was that I didn't know was Roman concrete. The Romans had this formula for concrete that was freakishly strong and resilient. But it was expensive. So when the Roman Empire collapsed, no one really had the money to continue.
The thing about that concrete is that it was used near the sea, near salt water.
Yes, it reacted with salt water. Yeah,
and the minerals in the water seeped into the concrete and just made it stronger and stronger. And because it's so old, people thought it was like this secret recipe.
Yeah.
And we don't know how they made it. Like it wasn't a super secret, but like someone's probably stumbled on it a few times in history.
Yeah. It was a volcanic ash that had that reaction, and it was from a particular region of Italy that had been seismically active.
We could make it now. We just we don't know what they did to make it.
Yeah.
But the thing that makes it really strong is the fact that it takes thousands of years to seep all these minerals from the ocean.
Yeah. And now we know exactly how it worked. But there was a very long period where it fell out of use and people didn't know how did the Romans make this concrete that lasted for. It was like about the 1800s where people started to work out, and there was the formula for their concrete was more complex than what was being used. And then it was worked out, there's this volcanic ash. Is that what it is? And more recently they were able to break it down. There were molecules in this volcanic ash that made it very strong. And also, particularly the sea fronts, it reacted with seawater and made it even stronger. So yes, now we could, if you wanted to go to the expense, make concrete that's even stronger than that Roman concrete. But there was a really long period where no one knew how the Romans had made concrete this strong. And that was just because it was expensive. And when the Roman Empire declined, no one had the money to source this particular volcanic ash. And so it fell out of knowledge. And then
it was
really
probably something that like the recipe was like lost in the fires in the Library of Alexander or some Alexandria.
It was just the collapse of the Roman Empire meant no one was doing it anymore. But the fact that there are still structures that are 2,000 years old is pretty freaking amazing.
Yeah, it's pretty cool.
But there's also
what were some of the other things?
There was stuff with gunpowder, and there was weird shit with using fire as a weapon as well. But yeah, if you want a fun thing, you find it on YouTube. SciShow things we've forgotten,
Cool.
and they're just done a bit of. And in fact, all these things we now know how they worked, but there were things that there was evidence that these things existed, and then people forgot how these things were done, and for hundreds, if years, if not longer, it was like, well, that's just lost. We just don't know how to do it. And now, it's certainly in the last 100 years, scientists have put real thought into it and go, well, what the fuck was that? What the fuck was that? What were they doing there?
Aren't scientists just fucking great?
Yeah, just looking at shit and go, well, what the fuck is that about? And this is where you get the two schools of thought, and it always cracked me up that insane clown posse song, like magnets. How do they work?
I can tell you how they work.
Miracles is the name of the song.
Yeah, you get two schools of thought. Someone who looks at something complex and mind-bending and goes, how does that work? I don't know. It's magic. It's God. But then you get the other person who goes, no, wait, how does that work? What's going on there? Yeah. And they keep researching and hypothesizing and testing until they get something goes, you know what? I think I've worked it out. I think I now understand how that works. But there's those two schools of thought. One person who goes, that's weird and incomprehensible. It must be God.
A wizard did it.
Wizards did it.
Yeah.
Or the other person who
a magical sky fairy did it.
Yeah. The people who keep going, no, really, how the fuck does that work? What the fuck is going on there? And they keep looking and looking and looking and hypothesizing and testing until they get something where they go, I now feel somewhat comfortable that I understand what's going on here. But then you get the people who just stop. They stop and go, it is the majesty of God's wonder that makes
I don't understand.
Oh, it's easy.
Isn't the natural world enough to inspire that sense of awe and wonder without invoking some magical sky fairy?
I understand why people do it. I don't agree with it, but I understand. It's like it's saying one thing like, why does shit happen? Why do single-celled organisms reproduce and mutate and get more complex and turn into us?
Why are we animated at all?
Exactly. And we can do that. The how is comparatively straightforward. The how something changed from just a non-living chemical reaction to an actual single-celled organism, which could replicate, clone itself and whatnot, and got more complex over billions of years and formed us. The how can be explained fairly clearly, but there's the human urge to go, but why does that happen? Why? And
why not?
I actually enjoy that thought. Is there a why? Is it literally just random? Because we're in this infinite cosmos with a million, billion, trillion, quintillion planets, and we've had billions of years for various mutations to fail and or succeed. Is it just chance? Is it just pure?
Does there have to be a why?
Exactly. That's the question. Is there a why?
There is. I think it links in with the.
There's no evidence
when
there's
you're
a why.
A hard time,
no.
When there is injustice, when there's injustice in the world,
and
you see your society is the result of human beings doing stuff, and human beings are animated, and you have injustices, and you say, "Why me?" and you have to say it to someone, and this is called theodicy. They're trying to work out what the theories of why there is injustice in the world and unfairness. And so when you ask why about injustice, then you start asking, why the fuck are we here at all? Okay, there we go.
I think I should lay down.
Fair enough.
Sorry.
Sorry.
I find the question of why and why are we here, why do bad things happen, etc., to just be so counterproductive and just throwing blame at someone else and not taking responsibility for our own actions. Like, bad things happen because humans are awful and we need to sort our shit out. That's why bad things happen. Why are we here? We're just here.
Not all humans, but a lot of humans, probably in fact a majority of humans, are scared at the idea that there is no why. Because if it's that's nihilistic's the wrong word, but humans go, why have I've got a brain that makes me ask these questions. If the answer is there's no why, dumb shit, it was just the random mutation of a million,
it just
billion,
happened.
trillion, quintillion possibilities. This happened. There's no why. And that scares the fuck out of a significant proportion of humanity that there is no why.
I want to meet one of these people because I don't understand that at all. I find that glorious and wonderful. We are literally the Earth given sapience. We are literally the embodiment of the Earth, animated and given sapience. Like how that's amazing. That's like as a scientist, as an atheist, that's the most spiritual I've ever when I realized that many years ago. Like that was a spiritual moment for me. Like how can that not be enough? Like
Buddhism doesn't necessarily. Whoops, that was my cat.
I just wanted to quickly say that I might need to. I'm just gonna leave for now because I'm freaking feeling tired and I need to sleep.
That's fair.
Okay.
Fair enough.
All right, see y'all later.
Thanks for joining us.
It's morning time over here. It's sunrise.
Okay.
You're being up all night. You need to get some sleep.
Well, no, I was actually asleep until sunrise.
All right, you got up early,
and I decided to get up, but then I decided I need to get more rest.
Yeah, get a bit more
rest.
That's
fair. Happens to me too. See ya.
He's done it again. Night.
So, Abigail, in terms of meeting one of these people, I think it's actually a significant majority of humans who get the shit scared out of them at the idea that there's no why, because it just freaks people out, and that's why religion exists. That's why philosophy exists, because the overwhelming majority of people find the why quite important. I think you can make a compelling
there is no
case.
why.
I think you can make a compelling case that there is no why, but a significant proportion of humanity is freaked out by that.
Okay, well, tiny minds need rationalization, I guess. And if they have to clutch onto their own private deity to do that, to get through the day.
It's too big. And again, I think I said this in a previous stream, a non-religious but beautifully poetic way of putting it was like, because there's that whole idea of, we're all made of stars. Everything is stardust from the explosion of the Big Bang and whatnot. And as humans are the embodiment of the universe trying to understand itself, which is, again, it's a poetic term. It's not a literal thing,
of course,
but it's a beautiful poetic description of why would this random aggregation of an unfathomable period of time and mutation look around and go, but why are we here? And it's like, you
like-
can theoretically trace it back to the exploding stars in the Big Bang. And it's like,
but that explains how, not why.
yeah, but it's the universe trying to understand itself.
But
Which
the
again,
universe,
not literally true. It's a poetic
okay.
statement. It's a poetic
Sure.
statement, not a literal statement. But I think it's a beautiful poetic statement that where the
I mean, I agree.
Hmm.
I agree that it is beautiful and it is a like as spiritual a moment for me as I'll ever gonna get. But it's again, I mean, it's not literal and it's I don't know, it's like I don't want to waste too much time on it because it's pointless.
Well,
It's
I'd
kind
also,
of pointless. Like I've had that moment and I've moved on, and the emptiness doesn't scare me. You know, the nothingness that was like before us and after us doesn't scare me.
Yes, and when people worry about death, but it's like, well, what's pre-birth? What were you before you were born?
Yeah, just
because
I think Richard Dawkins, love him or hate him, put it
hate him,
brilliant.
you know.
Well, I mean, I don't like him at all, but
he's very intelligent.
He put it really well. Hello, Shaylee.
Hello.
Hello.
She's been watching
He put
the
it
Sandman.
really well.
Oh, cool.
He put it really well when he said, to those who fear death, how dare you, out of all the millions who could have been born in your place, enjoy life while you've got it. It's so brief and so rare. Like, enjoy it. Like, there could have been, out of the millions of combinations, you got the chance to live. Enjoy it.
Yeah. I was going to throw in.
It also doesn't mean anything. Like, there is no meaning of life. There's only what you give it.
Yeah. Yeah. There's also throw in the philosophy from AIDS's Code Grey show about why did it even make sense to expend a ridiculous amount of money to keep him alive? You know, why is an unemployed comedian worth saving? And he's just going like, it's not about an individual at any fixed point in time. The future is built by the sons and daughters of bogans. It's you can look at any individual and say, you suck, you're a piece of shit, you're worthless. You have no idea what their offspring or their offspring's offspring or their offspring's offspring's offsprings will actually do. It's
very true.
We have a tendency to think about ourselves at this moment in time being the most important thing ever, and we're just not. It's just it's understandable to feel that way because no one wants to think of it. But that philosophy at the same time, you are both inconsequential and the most important thing ever, because tiny actions in your lifetime ripple out and increase in effect. Like there's again one of the weird videos I was watching on YouTube about what you should do for the future. Like there's one school of thought that's like 1 second of working towards a more positive future could mean millions of happy, productive lives in the future on a long enough timeline. Tiny things.
It's like every time you watch a science fiction movie with time travel and they go back in time and they keep saying, don't change anything because it could have ripple effects into our timeline. What makes you think that's not happening now? Like that's exactly what's happening now.
Yeah.
Like one person can make a difference.
Yeah. It's kind of where multiverse theory is the only thing that really makes sense, in that everything that can happen is happening. We just don't necessarily see it.
Yes.
It's like there was an Orville episode with time travel and
the sandwich.
And it's just like, well, You just multiversed it. It's like, how did you change that from happening? You didn't. You just went back to a different timeline where it didn't happen.
Yes, that one. Yeah.
And they didn't say that, but when he's like, oh, you had a family, and it's like, it's multiverse, man. It's just like the idea that there's one ineffable timeline doesn't make a lot of sense when you think about either, and that's where you get into predetermination. It's like you have no free will. Everything that happens in your life was always going to happen.
Have you been like hitting the wacky tobacco before the stream or something?
I wish. You're wacky tobacco. We're talking about
the devil's lettuce.
I want to rewatch The Sandman on hallucinogen.
I was a little I enjoyed the show. I thought the show was great. I was a little dissatisfied with the conclusion.
The conclusion was a lot of setup for future seasons. Yeah, no spoilers.
Okay, no spoilers.
But it was a lot of setup for future seasons.
Okay. There
were wheels of, and this is speaking as someone who has all the comics. It was fun watching shit where even sometimes it was just an aside or a look or one line, and I was like,
cool.
That's a really important foreshadowing of something down the line.
Yeah.
And that's the whole stuff.
I could explain why I thought it was dissatisfying to me, but I don't want to spoil anything for Nettie.
No,
it might get a bit spoilery. So, I liked how it concluded. I liked the ending. I just don't like how they got to it.
Yeah. And we were joking on Facebook with Nettie about Sandman being an emo. And no, he's not emo. He's goth. Okay. It's just, but they did do some funny stuff because you get stuff of him through different periods in history where he has different hair. And I swear to fucking God, when he had long hair, I was just like, oh my God, you're just a surly teenage goth. It's just like, look at you, for fuck's sake. You look
he looked like Antonio Banderas for a bit there.
It's just like, because he changes to fit in with periods, and he changes to fit in with who's seeing him. And that was an interesting thing because, okay, in the comics, everyone's white in the comics, right? But you do get these things when people see the endless, how they expect to see them, and if a black person sees one of the endless, they will see the endless as a black person. And in fact, there's one bit in the comic which is probably never going to happen in the TV show, but it might, because Neil Gaiman wanted to do a little bit of crossover with DC characters. The Martian Manhunter is in one of the comics, and he actually sees Dream as a religious figure from the Mars pantheon. So basically, who you are when you see one of the endless, you see them as you expect to see them. But in the comic, they were all white, and the TV show, there is a member of the endless who's black. In representation, and you got all these fuckwits on the internet being really upset about it, and Neil Gaiman was just saying like it just made sense.
Why isn't Death like looking like the Grim Reaper half the time then? Because that's what people expect.
No, but it's not what people.
It's different with her.
No, it's not what people expect. It's in terms of.
Okay, not
representation. You see them as you.
Sure.
So that's.
I mean, I'm digging the hot goth chick.
Yeah. That
like
have you seen that episode, Nettie? It's episode 5.
Yeah. We're about to do episode 9 and 10.
Yeah. So episode 5, The Sound of Her Wings. That just, and again, I agree. Like when people think, oh, but in the comics, she basically, Death looked exactly like Susie from Susie and the Banshees in the comic.
She was actually modeled on an actual person that Neil Gaiman met in Los Angeles.
who was probably wearing Susie and the Banshees makeup. Same as Delirium, who hasn't come into the TV series yet. She's modelled on Tori Amos. Delirium, several lines Delirium says in the comic is shit Tori Amos said to Neil Gaiman. And he said that in interviews, like, oh no, that whole thing, Tori Amos said that exact thing to me.
The cornflake girl.
But but Death is visually is Susie from Susie and the Banshees in the comic.
I gotta look up this person. I don't know who that is.
Oh, you don't know how to spell
look it up. Yeah.
No one knows how to
spell it.
80s goth.
Just look up Robert Smith's first girlfriend, I think.
Yeah, no, that was that whole incest. Yeah, because Robert Smith was actually in Susie and the Banshees at one point.
Yeah, they had a band together, or he was in it.
And Greg, you're right. Sandman's lips were very pouty. That actor who plays Sandman is freaking incredible. And I think they've cheated a bit with just giving him those immense cheekbones and whatnot. I think some of that's lighting and makeup. I think some of it's digital. I think some of his physical appearance is digital. But that Tom Sturridge is his name. He's fucking amazing. And that's one of the fun things in the interviews for the show. Oh yeah, there's the comic. That's what Death looks like in the comic. Yeah. She's absolutely Susie from Susie and the Banshees. I'm
just gonna go to my room for a bit. I'll be
back. No. Again, super gay.
And she's a perky goth. I've been trying to explain.
She's a very perky goth.
Yeah, goths weren't emos.
She quotes Mary Poppins basically. So but. So I kind of got sidetracked now about perky goths, but interviews like Neil Gaiman talking about thing like Tom Sturridge who plays Dream, because something that's this big, they get sent a million fucking casting things, but they initially got 10 people sent in, casting things for Dream, and Neil Gaiman and the other people, they saw Tom Sturridge and they went, fuck me, it's him, isn't it? And and then Netflix is like, I want to send you more people. And he said eventually hundreds of audition things would have been sent in. And there were a lot of really good ones, but it kept coming back to, it's really Tom, isn't it? And Neil Gaiman says from everything he knows about film and TV, that never happens. If you're doing this big wide casting thing, it's never the first person you see. But he was like in the first 10 and they went, oh, it's him. And they never changed their mind. They saw so many other auditions and whatnot, and they never changed their mind. And they're like, it's him. And he was incredible, I think.
I think he's doing a terrific job. It's kind of like trying to do Doctor Who. In a way.
There's another funny thing in the interviews, like Thomas Sturridge saying, the only direction I ever got from Neil is like my first day on the set, Neil gruffly went, stop trying to be Batman. And it was like, because he was doing a Christian Bale sort of gruff, and Neil's going, no, you're not Batman. Don't do that. That was pretty funny.
My God, a gruff Batman version of Sandman.
Just whispering and going, I don't want to do this.
You two, stop it. Look.
But the other fun thing I like telling people who haven't read the comics who've seen it, the diner episode with John D, which was friggin' amazing. It was a very good episode. I like telling people that is toned down so far from the comic. It's not that there wasn't genuine horror movie shit in that episode, but the comic was so much fucking darker even than that. Also because John D in the comic was a very fantastical, sort of not really human looking guy. Like he'd been in the depths of Arkham Asylum or whatever for ages, and he was a weird, not really human looking guy. Whereas again, the actor who plays John D, He's just fucking amazing. He is very good.
Yeah.
The British guy.
Yeah.
From Harry
David
Potter.
Thewlis. He's the Shane Wizard in Big Mouth.
Yeah.
Which I really like. But he was so good. It was just like, woof, what the fuck is going on with this guy? Very, very, very good. They were just all good. And it's the same deal like was talking about with Death being black in it, and you got all these fuckheads on the internet going, oh no, you're ruining it. And it's like, it doesn't matter what sort of how we cast someone racially, because, you know, they're beyond that. She was cast because we did the auditions and she was just amazing. And you watch her in that episode, The Sound of Her Wings, and it's just like, oh, I see why they cast her. She is so good. She is so good in that episode. Just making you think Death might actually be a nice person who makes me feel okay when I die.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's what people need to see at their worst moment in their existence.
Yeah. And how good is Delirium, the performer who does sorry, not Delirium, Desire. Why did I say Delirium? Delirium has been Desire, the non-gender Desire, and they are just amazing. I think they are. They weren't a very big character in this series, but holy shit, they were amazing.
And they certainly had a presence, didn't they?
Oh, they were perfect. And it's also kind of funny when Gwendolyn Christie got cast as Lucifer. I was just like, perfect. That is perfect. Because in the comic,
she can dominate me any day.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Step on me, Satan.
Yeah.
But in the comic, Lucifer was very much modeled on 1970s David Bowie. Was blonde and somewhat androgynous, because again, Lucifer is beyond gender. But so as soon as they said Gwendolyn Christie is playing Lucifer, I was like, fuck yeah, she's going to be really good.
She had a real that she still had that angelic cherub thing.
Because that's who Lucifer is. Lucifer was the first, foremost, most beautiful, most powerful angel in heaven. Just kind of got too big for their boots and was cast down as a result. But yes,
Lucifer wasn't a monster. Lucifer also, you know, the TV show Lucifer on Netflix
was inspired by Sandman. Because that whole thing about leaving hell, that was inspired by a storyline in the Sandman.
Sure.
But that's where it departs. It's basically Lucifer has abandoned hell and is living in Los Angeles, which I don't know how.
Robot Man Greg with the Captain Phasma joke there.
Yes. Put a
stormtrooper helmet on Lucifer.
Put a silver bucket on Lucifer's head.
Yeah. Oh, recognize her straight away.
But again, Gwendolyn Christie was fantastic in Game of Thrones as well.
She was.
Like when they had to cast someone, they were basically saying, "Can we find a woman who's like way over 6 foot tall, and get her to just dominate all these guys?"
Yep. I'm sure there were quite a few who were putting their hands up.
Oh yeah. But yeah.
Crap. Playing a zombie game and I just got killed by zombies.
Yeah. So the I did also see an interview with Neil Gaiman, like obviously because Sandman's been a huge rater for Netflix around the world. Obviously going to stick with, because even just sticking to the comics, depending how they do it, there's enough source material without coming up with anything new to run anywhere from 6 to 10 seasons, depending how they do it. And they're desperate for content, so they're going to want to keep it going because it's successful. But yeah, Neil Gaiman said in one interview, nothing's set yet, but if we get a second season, I think it'll probably be revolve around a family dinner where all the Endless are together, because there's still members of the family you haven't met, and then follow that up with the Dream versus Lucifer rematch. And it's like, oh yeah, I could sign up to that. That's
I like the philosophy that it's bringing out, talking about how important hope is and how hard it is.
Yeah. Well, it's the thing is like the insult death gives dreams is like, you're the worst, most pathetic anthropomorphic personification I've ever met. And that's what they are. They're not gods. They're not mortals. They're not beings in any sense. They are anthropomorphic personifications of innate facets of existence. The oldest is destiny,
whose
and it's
name
because
all start with D.
Yes, when they're said in English.
Okay.
But they have names in other languages that don't. But yes,
But why D?
That was just a thing Neil Gaiman came up with. No real reason.
He likes alliterations.
The first thing that existed had a destiny, so destiny is the oldest. The first thing that lived was going to die, so death is the second oldest. The first thing that had consciousness dreamed, so dream comes next. The first thing that had consciousness was going to create something, but the act of creation also necessitates destruction by its very nature. So the next one is destruction. And then there's desire and despair, who are twins, which to me speaks to someone who had some bad teenage breakups, saying desire and despair are twins. And the youngest is delirium, who was originally delight, but existence was kind of so fucked that delight couldn't be maintained and became delirium.
Oh, that's pleasant.
I know, right? Yeah. So there's the bunch of stuff in these things that kind of speaks to Neil Gaiman having some unpleasant relationships in his life, quite honestly.
Yeah.
Way back in the 90s when he was a young lad. But
now he's married to Amanda Palmer.
And that's a whole thing as well. Like they temporarily, I thought it was permanent, but it appears to have just been a temporary split during COVID when they'd ended up in New Zealand and they were staying there. But he split after about a year, and it was just like, I can't fucking deal anymore. I am going to literally go to the other side of the planet because you're a bit much at the moment.
Yeah.
At the time, it seemed like a permanent split, but they are still in a family relationship now. So it must have been give me a year away from you on the other side of the planet, and then I can maybe deal with you again. And it's so because there's a whole thing. Their different reactions was Neil Gaiman was saying like, yeah, please allow me my privacy, and Amanda Palmer writing a several 1,000-word essay on her Patreon thing about what was happening. She did.
She's such a. I'm sorry, she's a narcissist.
Remember when she started a Kickstarter to write a new album, but half the funds were to pay her personal debts?
Oh, really? Yeah.
I don't. Okay, I'm going to throw out that I don't believe that's actually true because.
No, she said it in the Kickstarter. She said it in it. Like
she is really entitled.
People slandered her mercilessly because of how successful that thing was. But the simple fact was people who put into it, and more than $1 million did go into it.
She was upfront about it. I'll give her that.
That's all right.
To develop an album and pay all the people on the album more. And she actually, I do remember her putting out the figures, and she said, everyone thinks you got $1 million, you're a millionaire, and go, I don't actually have any of that money anymore.
Yeah.
I'm still living and stuff. This was a normal, successful year. I'm not filthy rich. Yes, I am, I have money to live and whatnot. But there's this idea that this money is all in the bank somewhere is just not real.
No, she made an album, and she was upfront about part of it's going to pay personal debts. Like, people went in knowing.
Yeah.
Like, it was in the video and everything.
It
was just like a bit controversial at the time because no one had ever done a Kickstarter upfront saying, oh, I've got some personal debts to clear, and then I'm going to make this album. And people were behind it and supportive of her and said, okay, I'll help out. And fine. I just thought it was a bit much, personally.
Well,
I enjoy music.
You
I
didn't
just
contribute to the Kickstarter.
I did not. No, no,
Yeah.
I did not. Also, she's like drama central, and
oh yes.
Oh, she's
yeah.
And yeah.
Performers often
she's a
are.
bit yikes worthy, but she's a talented musician. So
the thing that put me off
bought the
about her
album.
is
I didn't
that
put money into.
She refused to. She kept asking musicians, poor musicians, to support her. Be supporting acts and not get paid, and accepting
That was a thing that upset a lot of people after she raised the money, because what she'd traditionally done is when she visited cities would say, hey, I want people who live in this city to come and play with me in this show. And it was basically people who wouldn't normally get a big audience getting a big audience, and she never paid them. That was a thing she had always done. But then after she raised that money, people pointed out, that's like a bit rich, because you've got money and you're asking people to perform in your commercial show and not get paid, which is kind of not cool.
Yeah,
and I know she's always done it, but it's just shitty. Sorry, people need to be paid. Everyone's got bills to pay.
And in fact, she did change that whole thing to pay people, but it did take a lot of people going, hey, that's kind of fucked. And she resisted at first, but then eventually did go to, okay, I can see what people are saying, and I shouldn't have people playing in the show without getting paid. So everyone who plays in the show from now on will be paid. But it did take a lot of people saying it, because she'd always done things a particular way. So her perspective, nothing had changed. But from everyone else on the outside looking in, shit had changed. It's a complex question, but I think the ultimate answer is, people's gots to get paid.
Exposure doesn't pay the rent. That's the thing.
Correct.
I'm going to go to bed. I'm sleepy.
That's fair. It's like almost 1 a.m.
I've had a big few weeks of stress.
You have. Yes, you have had big stress. Lucky you had the lovely Joe for support for a lot of it as well.
Yeah. He stayed an extra week. Yeah.
Yeah.
So good that he is who he is.
Yeah. He's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
But yes, the stress you've been having is like,
and Shaylee started a new school as well.
Oh yeah, well that's a whole bunch of stress as well.
Yeah, that's a new thing. She's liking it.
That's good. Oh, that's so awesome.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah,
It's
well,
a new
that's
school
good.
over in Richmond. So, yeah, she's pretty happy with it. Okay.
Yeah.
I'll say good night. Good night, you
All right.
guys.
Night, Eddie. Sorry, I just got reminded when I said that thing about trying to express things by going, ugh. There's a movie a year or so ago, and it got this weird reputation because it was like, left-wing elites hunting sort of Donald Trump supporters for sport and whatnot. And all these people wanted the film banned and stuff. And I was going, are you people dumb? The elites are obviously the bad guys in this movie. It's just it's a weird satire where the small L liberal rich elites hunting the Donald Trump supporters for sport. The elites are obviously the bad guys, and they were.
Wow.
But also, it was. I watched it. It was actually kind of funny.
What was it called?
Oh God. Okay. Let's.
Can't
go
say
to
I've
the
ever
internet.
heard of it. You have the internet?
Yeah.
Wow. You must be rich.
I must be. Okay, I just did a Google search. Movie where elites hunt. It's just called The Hunt. That was Google search. Movie where the elites hunt conservatives. It's just called The Hunt. There was this one hilarious line where one of the right wingers being hunted, she's actually ex-military who's clearly suffering PTSD and he's just fucking retaliating and killing people. And when she's explaining stuff to people about, I was in the military and I was around, but then I left and I tried to get a normal job and I tried to work, but I get a bit. It was just the way she said it was fucking perfect. Where she's just like, I tried to exist in normal society, but I get a bit. So fuck. She was such a good. It was such. The delivery was.
Oh no.
It's just kind of you just get it like, yep, just occasionally I go off my fucking tree and want to fucking kill people.
Oh, that's hilarious.
And it was so funny.
Occasionally I get a bit as well.
I know.
But it's
That's what I was.
nothing to do with serving in the military.
Yeah, I find myself saying it all the time. Like, yeah, that thing happened, and I got a bit. It was so funny.
Oh,
but
dear.
Yeah, again, because this was in the height of Trumpy times, and people go like, "Oh, yeah, they hate us," and I was just like, "Oh, for fuck's sake, wake up! The elites are obviously the bad guys in this movie." It was bits of it satirizing sort of self-loathing, wealthy white small L liberals. Bits of it were very funny. There were some very funny scenes and some very funny dialogue, but then mainly it was this whole catharsis thing of people getting killed horribly. But
okay.
But also most of the ones being hunted were absolute pieces of shit, and so you're kind of laughing at what's happening to them.
I have to watch this now.
It's pretty funny. It's very silly, but it's.
Is it on Netflix?
It's on something. I'm sure it's on something.
I'll have to hunt it down myself.
But it came out a couple of years ago.
I'm half Tim Smith, and
so am I. Look, it's 1 o'clock. I think that's a good effort for a night.
12:49.
Okay, fucking Hitler, whatever. Time Nazi.
Literal Hitler.
Hitler not letting me approximate the time.
Oh, yeah.
All right. I think that's a pretty good effort, though, going to 1 a.m. or thereabouts.
Cool.
So also, I don't have a date night tomorrow night, so I'm probably doing a stream tomorrow night too.
Well, I should come over and We'll see.
Chat during the day.
Yeah.
See what's happening during the day. But yes.
Cool. See if my agoraphobia is playing up or not.
Yeah, see how you're feeling. So many things could come up in the next, day.
Yeah.
We'll see.
Yeah, who knows?
But who knows?
Take care, everybody.
So you'll have a good time. See you another time.